Britain faces a further 4 days of wet weather from today, with a weekend washout on the way for much of the country. Wet weather and a weekend washout?
Oh, no.
This is after intense downpours brought more than a foot of rain to the Lake District. That's a foot, kids. Patriotic British measurements, not that snowflake multiplied by 10 European metric nonsense. Feet and inches is what made this country great. 8 inches to the foot, 4 feet to the yard, and 1,000 yards to the stair. Learn it, or you'll see me after class. The torrential conditions will continue into the weekend, with another weather front arriving from the west today. It's a weekend washout from the west with a weather front. Some areas got more than a week's worth of rain in one day. That is 3 inches, or if you insist on using continental surrender measurements, you double it and add 32 to get metres. So let's see, 3 inches times 2 is 3 times 2 is 6, and 6 plus 32 is 39. Wow. The west of the country got 39 metres of rain today. Can you believe that?
No.
Rain warnings were in place for the southwest of England, the southwest of Scotland, and this is for Saturday, an area that also includes Glasgow, I bet. I'll check on that while you wait. All those people... Go. I wonder if they've checked ahead, all those people that are coming for COP26, what the weather's going to be like, and have packed accordingly. Bet they haven't. Oh, my God, look at that. Raining tonight, a lot. This is Glasgow. And raining tomorrow, and raining on Sunday, and raining on Monday. And then, what? Not raining for 3 days? Pfft, rubbish. And then raining on Friday, and then raining next Saturday, and raining on Sunday, and raining on Monday, and raining on Tuesday, and raining on Wednesday, and raining on Thursday, and every day for the rest of your lives. Oh, well, never mind. At least it's clean. At least it's see-through and not, foamy and brown.
Disgusting.
Exactly. Then on Sunday, all of southern England, North Wales and the southwest of Scotland is under a rain warning for the whole day, which sounds like everywhere to me. Scotland has 14 flood warnings and 7 alerts. England has 47 alerts and 23 warnings. Wales has 33 alerts and no warnings that I am aware of. And what's the difference between a warning and a No. What's the difference between an alert and a warning? A warning sounds like this.
Warning, warning.
An alert sounds like this. And just as the world descends on the nation for that climate change conference, and half of Westminster will decamp to Scotland on National Rail, National Rail told passengers customers are advised not to travel north of Preston today.
What?
Priceless. In the Dumfries and Galloway town of Annan, 2 footbridges apparently were swept away as the River Annan rose. Network Rail Scotland said they were closing Glasgow Central to Carlisle line, which means that travellers making their way to COP26 from London would have to travel from King's Cross to Edinburgh. And I'll check this if necessary, but I don't believe that Edinburgh is Glasgow.
Correct.
So you'll go to Edinburgh and then, I don't know, hitch? You could try and get an Uber from Edinburgh to Glasgow, and the best of luck with that. Because major road routes between Glasgow and here, there and everywhere are submerged by rain. COP26 delegates are going to need to get a bigger boat. So tonight, clear spells at first before another band of heavy rain arrives in western areas and moves quickly eastwards, accompanied by blustery winds. Blimey, it's like winter outside. Tomorrow, all parts seeing a mixture of sunny spells and showers. The showers will be mostly frequent in the west, with the risk of thunder, lightning, very, very frightening.
Rock and roll!
And from Sunday to Tuesday, showers or longer spells of rain. Windy and colder.
Oh, fabulous.
Showers or rain, that's the choice. Select. Do you want to hear the long-range weather forecast?
No.
Right, this is the first 2 weeks in November. Blimey, it's practically November already. It's almost December. It's Jesus' birthday. Right, first couple of weeks in November. And this is it, really. I mean, we're about to get plunged into darkness for what will seem like an epoch, and the weather's going to be blooming awful, and it's just misery everywhere.
Stop whining.
First couple of weeks in November, showers and strong winds across the southern and central areas, maybe even snow over mountains. Too early. Remaining unsettled, temperatures are lower than average for the time of year. That's the first couple of weeks in November. Lower. The second half of November, northwesterly winds will feel cool with temperatures below average. The west and the northwest will see the wettest conditions. Is there too many W's in this? I think there's about 10 or 12 too many W's. Northwesterly winds will feel cool, coming from the west. Wet weather coming in from on northwesterly winds from the west. Temperatures below average. The west and the northwest will see the wettest conditions. You bet they will. Longer spells of rain will likely be wintry over the Scottish Highlands. We're into the towards the end of November now. There will be some short-lived, drier and more settled spells. There will be some short-lived, drier and more settled spells. We'll take it. Archie texts, evening, Nick. Aren't you glad that Tony Blair isn't Prime Minister? If he was, we'd be at war with France by now. Phew, says Archie. Yeah, that was a close thing. Just got away with it. Fortunately, we have grown-ups in charge of this country now. We're doomed. Tony says Boris should deploy HMS Brexit to see off the French. No, yeah, it's sunk. It sprang a leak a couple of years ago. They tried to repair it with bluster. Boris just looked at it and went, "Pooh!" But it refused to mend. So what are you going to do? Simon says, Nick, I hear that Greta is in London. Did she get the memo? What memo? What, the memo that said blah, blah, blah? Did she not get the memo? What memo? You mean she's supposed to be in Glasgow? Oh, she'll get there, don't worry. She'll take a boat. Or she'll walk. and to be clear, she'll only do that, go by some ridiculous around-the-houses method of getting there, because people online are going, oh, well, there you are, you see. You can ignore everything she says because she just got in a car. Or she ate a part of something that used to be a cow. So now we can dismiss everything she says. What about this and what about that? You know, the what about people. This says, roads in Glasgow shut, drivers facing chaos and diversions in place everywhere, all for Muppets to talk about the environment and do nothing and not one hand glued to the tarmac. Can I interest you in some punctuation?
No.
Apparently not. Shall I read it again?
No.
Roads in Glasgow shut. I'll just assume that there's supposed to be a comma in there. Drivers facing chaos and diversions in place everywhere, all for Muppets to, spelt wrong, talk about the environment and do nothing and not one hand glued to the tarmac. Yeah, it's going to be a gas fest. They will add to the hot air emissions, and that'll be about it. I betcha that at the end of it, they conclude that it really is awful and something should be done. 0345 6060 973, text 84850, email nick@lbc.co.uk. If you're on Twitter, it's at LBC. Glasgow, hello Frankie. An ecstasy of fumbling. Yes, Frankie.
All right, Nick, sorry there, pal. I dropped my specs.
Oh, yeah?
Have you ever done that before? Somebody's on the phone, you take your glasses off and put them back on?
No.
Anyway, no, thanks, Nick. Good to talk to you, pal. Are you keeping all right?
Yeah, fine. What's up, Frankie?
Well, just before... I usually phone you on a Friday night, and funnily enough, there's a few specs in a bit of rain in Glasgow.
There's a what?
It's rained here. A bit of rain.
A rain, yeah, raining. Well, I would imagine so, yeah. Weather update just in. Raining in Glasgow.
Nico, it's like a couple of specks. Anyway, what does VD deserve? Or these head cases coming up to my city, and I can't get a bus to my work now. It takes me...
Can't get a bus because
honestly,
of COP26.
Nick, my bus journey is 15 minutes. See, now it's it's about an hour and a half.
Hour and a half, right.
So, honestly,
well,
because of this COP and Bodger's there. So what's the point?
A diesel-spewing bus standing in traffic for an hour and a half is saving the planet, Frankie, and we appreciate it.
Thank you.
Trev text, Nick, are you insane? 39 metres of rain, as I described in my accurate weather report just moments ago. Yes, 39 metres of rain, he says. You don't know what you're talking about. What? Where's your public service remit? Outraged, says Trev. I'll assume you're being sarcastic. But you should never assume such things. You just don't know these days. You just don't know. Gary tweets, Nick, sat in our front room and a bloke just walked by our front window dressed up as a wallaby. Any idea what's going on? Yeah, I think we've declared war on New Zealand. It's an invasion. And John emails, have you seen Billy Bragg's tweet? No, we're not that close. What tweet? Have I seen Billy Bragg's tweet? No, I have not. What did he tweet? Oh, here it is. As though by magic it appears right before my eyeballs. Here's the tweet, quote, was asked why I was wearing a mask this morning while ordering breakfast. Did you see those images of the Commons? I replied, with a bare-faced government facing the masked opposition, I don't want anyone in here thinking I'm a Tory. Right. I don't think he's in any... I don't think Billy Bragg is in any danger of anybody thinking that of him. Isla White, hello, Billy.
Hello, Nick.
Surely not the same one.
I'm afraid not. I wish I had his bank balance, Nick.
Right.
Oh, Nick, honestly, you talk so much sense.
What, already? I've been barely on for 20 minutes, and already I've talked sense.
Nick, you always do, and that's why I listen to you. I think you have a lot of callers like this. When I first tuned into you about 5 years ago, I thought, what on earth is this on the radio? Yeah. And then I just got addicted.
I've heard that so many times, and I knew what you were going to say before you said it. And so many times people say, well, wait a minute, this is not what I'm used to, therefore I don't like it. And then they register a complaint immediately, of course, because that's where the human race is these days. You don't suffer anything. You're incapable of just turning it off if you don't like it. You want that person fired and killed.
Well, this is it, isn't it? Opinions aren't a different opinion is unpopular now, isn't it, Nick? I mean, if you disagree, if you have a different opinion, it's now against the law. You have to be one side or the other.
Yeah,
and people
precisely.
Don't like that.
Yeah.
Nick, I called in because I agreed with what you said about, the politicians meeting for COP26. Mm-hmm. I just think it's a load of old cobblers, as you said. And I know you didn't say that, but what I said to your lovely producer on the telephone was that when did politicians ever get together in a room and come up with a sensible decision?
Well, the reason for that is because when they're talking with each other, particularly when they're doing it in public, they're not doing it to talk to each other. Everything that they say and do is a message to their fans back home.
Yes, it is. And here's the thing, Nick. Right, I used to be a little town councillor.
How little? Just out of interest.
So Ventnor, I was town councillor in Ventnor, and that's got a population of about 6,000. But my so-called constituency was probably about 2,000 people. So town councillor, don't get paid or anything, no allowance or any of that. And I can honestly tell you this, Nick: the amount of things that are embargoed and sort of held off as official press releases. Mm-hmm. You're absolutely right. Everything's all been pre-discussed. Everything has already been decided. It's just a fancy bit of fanfare and trumpet going on
flannel.
to make it look like they're doing something.
Exactly.
When actually,
they're not.
I think China, America, isn't it? All of these countries. I mean, how are they getting over here?
Well,
are they coming over on a boat?
China is not coming at all. Are they sending one person? I think they're sending a teddy bear or like a panda, something like that. And America is the president of America is coming in his normal fashion with about 100 accompanying planes and 1,000 security staff.
Yeah, I was going to say, and his entourage as well. And for what? For something that's already been pre-agreed behind the scenes, because that's not a conspiracy. That's what happens. That's what happened when I was on the town council doing, looking at poo, parking, and planning. And they call it the free bid.
Please, did you have to look at it? Could you not just discuss it? Did you have it bring it in as evidence?
Well, see, that's the thing, Nick. What people love doing. Particularly, I think, well, it happens, I think, in all trickles of government, and this isn't a party political thing. This is inside of politics and outside. They seem to like being able to just set up a meeting for the sake of a meeting, and it could have been done in an email.
Yeah. But just the very idea that they couldn't get together to save the human race on Zoom. But they have to be in a room in one particular city for a couple of days. It's just absolute nonsense. I mean, do you think that Joe Biden is going to be sitting in an audience listening to the president of Finland, if indeed such a person even exists, banging on about climate change, and that he's going to change his mind and sign up to a new deal right there on the spot? Of course not. It's just such silliness.
Yeah, this is the thing. What they do is they say they're gonna change it. They say they're gonna do this, that, and the other, and then what they do is they put it off for a year, or they say, what, actually we're a little bit behind on target, and then what happens? I mean, what's happened to David Cameron and George Osborne's national debt being lowered? I mean, that's history, and that was 5 years ago. I mean, that's just one example. Politicians are all about the short term, and I think this is
well, there's a good reason for that, Billy. It's because we're all about the short term. Nobody's remotely interested in long-term benefits if it means short-term pain.
Yeah. Well, see, Nick, this is the other thing I get annoyed with, because you're probably going to tell me to choose one side or the other now after saying this, but I also get annoyed with the vegan activists that tell us to completely change our lifestyles overnight and stop eating meat and stop turning the electricity on and go off grid and live like Tarzan in the jungle for the rest of our lives. I get really annoyed when I listen to that, because it just seems to me that there's no balance. Where are the people that are saying, actually, cut out the meat for 1 day a week? Because I do that, and that seems like quite a sensible idea.
You're just listening to people who yell the loudest. I mean, what we do now is just pay attention to whoever shouts the loudest. That's the way that this country's gone. This country is run by people who shout the loudest, by which I mean the people who have voted for the current regime and Brexit and all the rest of it. Whoever shouts the loudest wins these days. And as for vegan activists, I'm unaware of such a phenomenon, and I very much doubt that you should be that concerned.
Well, I don't think it's a matter of me being concerned. I think it's just I get very frustrated with people not being, like I said at the beginning of the conversation, where people aren't, people expect you to be one side or the other now, and they don't. They want to disagree with you. They don't want to reason with you.
Yeah.
And
I disagree.
There's anything unpopular with that. I don't think there's anything unpopular with being reasonable. And people just saying.
I don't know. Well, name me one person who is in a position of power who is reasonable.
Well, see, there isn't anybody, but you know who was, and I hope you don't berate me for this, but I really liked Gordon Brown, Nick. Right. I thought he was a really good Prime Minister, and I think, and listening to the stuff that he's saying, he's talking a lot of sense.
Well, I tell you what, the difference between Gordon Brown and the current regime is really stark. Regardless of anything other than how they come across on TV, Gordon Brown sounds, looks, and has the bearing of a Prime Minister, whereas Bodger... Yeah. Wait a minute. ...doesn't.
Yeah, well, and obviously Boris Johnson, well, let's full stop there, do we need to say any more?
No.
And it's just, you know, what I see in Gordon Brown, I mean, he's never coming back, is he? Obviously,
Well, he's just a serious person. But Tony Blair was a serious person. I mean, John Major was a serious person. All of these people that used to run the country were serious. Now we voted for a clown show and are surprised now that we've got a circus.
Well, yeah, because obviously if you vote for it, and this is the thing, I don't really feel sorry for anybody that did vote for Boris Johnson, because they knew what they were going to get. I mean...
Well, they say they did. They say they did, but if you describe to them in detail what they've actually got, I'm sure that none of them voted to be poorer or more hungry or taxed more. They didn't actually vote for any of that, but of course you can't admit that you've been had because there's too much loss of face. So people dig their heels in and say, "Oh no, it's absolutely right. I've definitely voted to become poorer and more hungry." Yep.
Yeah, they're unwilling, aren't they, to accept even they may be half wrong. I mean, let alone the fact that they're obviously completely wrong, but they're unable to even admit. I mean, how are we going to move forward if we're dealing with people like that? If we're dealing with people that don't have the not the bravery, but you know what I mean. If they don't have the tact to just say, look, actually, you know what, I got it wrong, then how are we going to move forward? I mean, what's going to happen at the next general election? The same thing if this continues. I mean,
don't worry about that, Billy. There's not going to be a next general election. He'll be the dear leader for life. Here, I've got to go, but thanks for that, mate. 0345 6060 973. He is in the process of engineering being the leader for life, or at least until he gets bored and wants to go and do something else. Lie on a chaise and have perfumed oil rubbed into his nodes.
Disgusting.
by various buxom wenches. I bet he dreams of it every night.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Yeah, until he can't stand it anymore. He can't stand the love and the adulation from his fans anymore, and he wants to go and make some serious money. Then he wants to be dear leader for life, and that's what they appear to be trying to engineer in every little way. It's also, what would Donald Trump do? Adrian emails, the clocks go back this weekend. Oh my God, I can't stand it. Am I the only person that is tired over the last sort of couple of weeks? Just tired all the time. I'm feeling tired.
Stop whining.
I think it's because the nights are drawing in. I'm feeling SAD upset. But it's about to get much, much worse. Is it tonight or tomorrow? I think it's tomorrow, isn't it? Tomorrow night into Sunday morning. Oh my God, I can't stand it. And then it lasts. The darkness lasts for what? 8 months, something like that. Anyway, Adrian says, never mind about all that. We will have all that fantastic TV to look forward to. Yeah, all those programs like, the one that's about. I've got nothing. Got 1,000 channels and nothing to watch. The A to Z will be on Christmas Eve, by the way, as far as I'm aware. Christmas Eve, the A to Z of 20, whichever year this is. Fill in the blanks. That's 10 till 1, the A to Z of 2021. I think it's probably 2021, isn't it? There or thereabouts. It's close enough for jazz. Weybridge, Julius.
Evening, Nick.
Julius.
Other than being completely tired, are you well?
Yes, I'm super. Thanks for asking.
You're welcome. I know you're renowned for not doing your research, Nick, but during your earlier monologue, I was amused and often am, strangely enough, but you mentioned, we're musing on, how Greta Thunberg is getting herself to Glasgow.
Yeah.
And I realised this afternoon I'd seen her in an interview basically saying it was unclear whether she'd been invited to this event. Now, I
think it's pretty clear. I bet it's pretty clear that she has not been invited to this event.
Well, nor anyone else of her generation who's going to be living in the future dystopia we're creating.
Correct.
And, given that I've researched today, but on that basis, that COP1 in 1995 was in Berlin, and we've had one of these every year since, so they still haven't figured it out.
Yeah.
Concomitantly, apparently, with a new conference called CMP, we're now up to CMP 16, and another one called CMA. We're now up to CMA3.
Right.
This is going to go on in perpetuity while Greta's generation burn in hell, as far as I can tell.
Yeah, COP26, not much COP.
Well, yeah, it's not as funny as it might be now, though, is it, really?
Well, the destruction of humankind, not funny. No, I suppose not, no.
She said more in blah, blah, blah than the entire lot of them have said in 26 years.
Correctamundo. 3 words, that's all it took. 3 small syllables, in a language that she doesn't even speak as her first language.
There we go. Yeah. Nice chatting.
Cheers, Julius. 0345 6060 973. You know who's upset about the climate? Arnold Schwarzenegger. Arnold Schwarzenegger says leaders who claim combating climate change hurts the economy are stupid or liars.
Correct.
Ahead of the COP26 climate summit, the former governor of California says cutting carbon emissions will benefit global economies. Of course. Well, the governor of California he's the ex-governor, of course. He set targets to reduce exhaust fumes and greenhouse gases, which is pretty un-Republican of him. Schwarzenegger is also critical of an environmental agenda focused on lifestyle sacrifice. And here we are back at the caller that I was chatting to some moments ago. He was talking about vegan extremists. Are there any? I suppose so. I don't know. Don't bring me into it. Schwarzenegger says he has reduced his meat intake by around 3/4 in the last few years. He's down to only 2 cows a week. He says he's gaining better health as a result. He expressed particular alarm about the air pollution and greenhouse gases coming from shipping, and suggested that the most important thing we can do as individuals to cut carbon is to shop local. He obviously hasn't gotten our memo. That's the last thing we're interested in doing, shopping local. He says, buy local products. Every time you buy something from overseas, that is evil for the environment. That is the worst thing you can do, which is bad news for that totally insignificant, tremendously huge trade deal that our government has signed with countries that are so far away. You'd have to leave the planet to get further. He said, you can have competition, but you have to be smart about it, because if people are dead, they are dead. It's over. But Arnie remains optimistic. He says there is no fate but that which we make for ourselves.
Affirmative.
Well, that wasn't him, was it?
Affirmative.
There it is. Spot on, Arnie. Doctors have been talking about climate change as well. This was in the Lancet, but reported in the Washington Post. God, it's a bit grim. Climate change is set to become the defining narrative of human health, a top medical journal warned on Wednesday, triggering food shortages, deadly disasters and disease outbreaks that would dwarf the toll of the coronavirus. But aggressive efforts to curb greenhouse gas emissions from human activities could avert millions of unnecessary deaths, according to analysis from more than 100 doctors and health experts. They are just experts in possession of facts, so nobody is remotely interested in anything they've got to say.
Correct.
All it will take to avoid this looming disaster is enormous political will and short-term pain for long-term gain. We're screwed. Rising temperatures have led to higher rates of heat illness, causing farm workers to collapse in fields, elderly people to die in their apartments. Insects carrying tropical diseases have multiplied and spread towards the poles. The amount of plant pollen in the air is increasing, worsening asthma and other respiratory conditions. Extreme floods and catastrophic storms have boosted the risk of cholera and other waterborne diseases. Smoke from fires in California and other places infiltrate the lungs and then the bloodstreams of people as far away as Texas and New York. Droughts intensify, crops fail, hunger stalks millions of the world's most vulnerable people. But what's it like apart from that?
Oh, fabulous.
This was in the Lancet. The Lancet study is just the latest salvo from health professionals demanding a swift end to burning fossil fuels and other planet-warming activities. In a special report released last week, the World Health Organization called climate change the biggest health threat facing humanity, warning its effects will be more catastrophic and enduring than the coronavirus pandemic. Dozens of health experts are headed to the UN Climate Summit starting in a couple of days, aiming to convince world leaders that they must take bolder action to curb their nation's carbon output. Yet just half of countries surveyed said they have a national climate and health strategy in place. Trends in renewable energy generation and adaptation initiatives have improved only slightly, and most of the world's biggest emitters, including the United States and China, continue to subsidize fossil fuels at rates of tens of billions of dollars a year, rivaling the amounts that they spend on public health, for crying out loud. The outcomes of national spending debates and international climate negotiations will either lock humanity into an increasingly extreme and unpredictable environment, the report says, or deliver a future of improved health, reduced inequity, and economic and environmental sustainability. So it's either going to be heaven or hell, depending on how serious we are in our efforts to prevent hell. We're doomed. Based on countries' current pledges under the Paris Climate Accord, average temperatures are on track to increase by a catastrophic 2.7 degrees Celsius by the end of the century. Now, I know that doesn't sound very much, but apparently it is. The planet has already warmed by about 1.2 degrees Celsius since the pre-industrial era. Holy moly. The modern world and everything that's in it, from the Industrial Revolution on, increased the heat on this planet by 1.2 degrees, and it's going to go up by 2.7. If you haven't learned to swim yet, now's the time. A UN report released on Wednesday found that governments are still planning to boost fossil fuel use on a scale far beyond even those insufficient targets already agreed. G20 countries have directed more new funding to fossil fuels than clean energy since the start of the pandemic. Will we ever learn?
No.
No. We won't do anything until the water is actually lapping around the bottom of our nostrils. We won't do anything until it's too late. You know that, and so do I. Everything else is, like Greta said, blah, blah, blah. The death toll from the climate change will outstrip that of the coronavirus, the scientists warned, unless drastic action is taken to avert further warming and adapt to changes underway. Already, apparently, climate change routinely threatens to overwhelm health systems' capacity to respond. When record-high temperatures scorched the Pacific Northwest of America this summer, the rate of emergency room admissions spiked to 69 times, higher than the same period in 2019. Blimey. El Niño weather patterns, which are projected to intensify as the planet warms, cause about 6 million children to go hungry. But there's 6 million children somewhere else, so nobody cares. Air pollution causes tens of thousands. We don't even care about poor, hungry children in this country. The government was forced, under pain of public embarrassment, to care about them by a blooming footballer, for crying out loud. Air pollution causes tens of thousands of early deaths each year, even at low levels deemed safe by the Environmental Protection Agency. The warming of the Amazon, combined with deforestation, will expose 11 million people to potentially lethal heat by the end of the century. Drought in Madagascar pushed more than 1 million people to the brink of starvation. But they're somewhere else, so, like I said, maybe Bob Geldof will write a song about them. Please, Bob, I'm begging you, don't do it. By far the deadliest hazard, apparently, comes from the act of burning fossil fuels, which generates tiny lung-irritating particles known as PM2.5. One estimate, published this February, put the toll of this pollution at more than 10 million excess deaths a year. 10 million! And then there's, you ain't going to like this bit, fungal illnesses, which can't be treated with vaccines or antibiotics. This is like forthcoming attractions. Never mind about viruses, fungal illnesses. There's going to be a fungus among us. Apparently there have not been many fungi capable of infecting humans because the microbes don't thrive at typical body temperatures. But as global warming increases, the average temperatures in the environments where fungi live, it might be pressuring these species to adapt, which could make them better suited for invading human beings, from which we have no defence. And then there's disease-carrying mosquitoes moving towards more temperate areas and higher elevations, as in here. This is the Lancet. They argue that inaction will be even more expensive, but as inaction costs less in the short term and no one's interested in short-term pain for long-term gain, we're screwed. Sussex, hello, Tom.
Hello.
Tom.
Yes.
You sound surprised, Tom. You called me.
Yeah, I wasn't sure when you were going to come through. First time caller, so.
Welcome along.
Hello. I was just calling. I've only tuned in briefly, but I heard you talking about all the climate stuff that's been going on, and I think the problem we're having, outside of the obvious of what is happening with the climate, how things are changing, is the way that we're talking about it. And there's two parts in my mind that I think there are issues. The first being the way that it's done in such an alarmist way. I don't think is good for anybody, particularly young people and growing up from a mental health standpoint.
Oh, do me a favour. Well, we're going to have to. What, you want soft music playing in the background when we're talking about it? You want us to write it?
I think
put it on a balloon, maybe a party balloon.
No, I think the way that it is discussed should be done more pragmatically and not in quite such an alarming tone.
You know where pragmatism gets you? Nowhere.
Well, if we don't have it, then we won't get anywhere.
Well, we haven't got anywhere. I mean, who is being alarmist in governments? There isn't anybody.
I'm not saying that the rhetoric doesn't have some value. What I'm saying is that the way it should be discussed should be being turned into a way where, rather than saying, not enough is being done, this government's terrible, this government's awful, left, right, whatever, side of the hall they fall on, discussion should be had by going, right, look, this is the kind of money that we need to be talking about, because I don't think I've ever heard that in any discussion. All I keep hearing is more needs to be spent, more needs to be done, but nobody actually says what it is.
Yeah, but you're not privy to the discussions that government ministers have with their opposite numbers in other countries. They're not yelling across the table saying, "Oh my God, we're all doomed." They're talking in exactly those terms, or rather, they're presumably trying to find ways of making the nothing that they do sound better.
But that's the same with every political issue. It's trying to make it sound better. But rather than saying it's terrible, we're all going to die, all of the stuff that you talked about recently, which are projections, sure, many of them are very possible. We don't know about all of them. They're all projections, obviously, and hopefully they're not going to go in the direction that we're talking about, because things will change or they won't be as bad as we think or whatever. But I think we need to look at things and try and talk on it in a more cost-benefit type analysis thing.
But who is it that you are talking about should be discussing in those terms? You mean the general public? You're talking about Greta Thunberg? Me? Who?
No, I think that what is being put out there should be...
By whom?
More... The actual figures and everything like that, I think, should be being discussed by the people that are making these decisions, industry, whoever the boards are that are providing the science, forgotten their names now, the IOPC and all of that stuff, the people that are providing the science and the things to say, look, this is what we need to do, but also working and looking at it from an economical standpoint, going, look, where's the best way that we can put our money into this to incentivize people to create things that are going to speed this up.
Yeah, I'm unclear as to what it is you're saying. You seem to be blaming the government, this government's and other governments around the world's inactivity on the people that are bringing the problem to their attention. It's their fault.
No, I'm saying that the discussion should be being made more visible to us via, I don't know, the media, Greta, whatever, rather than just the media and Greta and stuff saying it's all terrible, not enough is being done. Well, perhaps if we say, look, this is what needs to be done. Okay, rather than just saying we need to switch to renewables and that's it, which let's say is a pretty obvious statement based on everything that we seem to be knowing.
Well, I don't know what you mean by that's it. That's not the arguments that I'm hearing. That they say we must switch to renewables and that's it. There's an entire list of things, a menu of potential options.
Well, yes, if we're talking about the diet stuff, I'm just using that as an example. I know there's more than that to the whole picture to change things. I'm just saying that in terms of an energy standpoint, is a big thing.
Okay, but we seem to be getting off the... You seem to have started by, and this was one of your two thoughts, by blaming the lack of action and results on people, I don't know, shouting too loudly, being depressing.
No, I think the focus is being put more on that than what it should be being put on, which is having the discussion about how are we going to do this, not this is what's going to happen if we don't.
Yeah, but that's what governments do. That's why we hire the smart people. Well, I'll take that back. That's why we hire people who are supposed to be smart to make those decisions. We, as a people, make our feelings known to them. We tell them the direction in which we would like to go, and then it's up to them to make it happen. They surely aren't waiting to hear from Greta or me or whoever it is that you're talking about to tell them what policies they should be enacting in order to achieve the results that are required. That's their job. 85 cars. That's ridiculous. The President of the United States of America was in an 85-car motorcade. Well, I've just about heard it all now. You see what I mean? Nobody cares. It's an I'm gonna. That's what's going to come out of COP26. I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. Don't worry about a thing. And we pretend that, and it's all about the whatabouts. We pretend that it's got nothing to do with us, that we are world leading. And all of this pollution and CO2 and the greenhouse gases has got nothing to do with us because, what about China? China. And the reason that we have less pollution in this country than they do in China is because we've sent all of our dirtiest industry to China. We've just offshored our pollution. They pollute so we don't have to. Stuff that we used to make here in dirty fingernail industries, we now sent to China. We buy the stuff back from them, right enough, but we just don't want to, have dirty our own hands. We'd rather they did the dirtying for us. So much of the pollution in China is ours and the rest of the West, because all the stuff that we used to make ourselves, we now get made over there by Chinese people who are breathing our pollution and dying so we don't have to. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Daryl texts, Nick, as you previously pointed out, global warming will actually make the UK colder due to disruption of the Gulf Stream in the Atlantic. But if we just push on through, eventually the UK will get warmer again, no? Yeah, that's a good idea, Daryl. All we've got to do is wait around, just push through this incoming cold period, and in, 2,000 years' time, it'll be absolutely balmy over here. T-shirt weather. This says, just a warning to others, I just lost my wife due to my gambling addiction. I'm so upset I'd do anything to win her back. Oh. A listener with material.
Oh, no.
Let that be the last one on this show. And Simon says, Nick, I hear O'Brien has launched a board game. Are you considering launching any Nick Abbott merch? Well, if I did, I'd have to give it away, being as it would be literally worthless. And excellent value for money. Roy tweets, I hate the rain. It reminds me of Gene Hackman dancing. What does that mean? I hate the rain. It reminds me of Gene Hackman dancing. What does that mean?
Well, he's an actor, and I assume he went dancing in the rain.
Did he?
I thought that was Gene Kelly.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. Gene Kelly, Egypt. You should be ashamed of yourself, Roy. Right. So maybe that was a joke. Already I've failed. In that's two jokes, or the two in a row, in fact, on the Nicky Abbott show. How disappointing. God, the stuff that's been going on this week with the water. Boy, talk about a quick U-turn. An Environment Agency boss today. Well, there is a U-turn, but they're still sort of trying to defend their previous position, the regime. An Environment Agency boss today warned us not to risk swimming in our rivers amid concern over sewage being dumped in them. John Leyland, the Environment Agency's Chief of Staff, insisted rivers were, quotes, not there for human swimming and were instead for the wildlife and the fish that live within them. Just as the air is not for us to fly in, it's for the wildlife and birds that fly within it. In it. What's he talking about? It's as though he's suggesting that the government has provided rivers not for us, but for the fishes. Did we not read the small print? This river is not for you. Meanwhile, data released by the Environment Agency shows that water companies dumped raw sewage into England's rivers and seas more than, get ready, grip onto something firm, guess how many times they did it last year? Go on, just pluck a number out of the air, I double dare you. I bet my glamorous assistant wants to play this game. How many times did our water companies dump raw sewage into England's rivers and seas last year? Just 1 year. Yes?
50.
50 times. Close. 400,000.
What?
400,000 times last year. Wow. Environmental campaigners also raised concerns that only 14% of rivers in England are rated in, quotes, good ecological health. And none meet chemical standards. Wow, I had no idea. I thought that we were doing relatively well. John Leyland, the Environment Agency's Chief of Staff, said the rivers that we have are not there for human swimming. They're there for the wildlife and the fish that live within them. And the current regulations require us to try and get the water to a health that's suitable for that. He said, I think that if we wanted to start talking about water that's fit for human health, then that is a good conversation to have, but that is a much bigger conversation. Are you kidding me? The policy of this government is to have water in our rivers and seas that's only just fit enough for animals. Of course, most of the water in our rivers would cause fish to swim upside down. Asked if it was a personal risk, he said, I don't swim in rivers, and I would just advise everybody to use the information and data. I wouldn't advise anybody to take a risk. This is incredible. Remember when they told us that we were going to have better environmental standards as long as we could leave the evil European overlords? Liar! That was a lie too. Just add that to the pile of lies. You couldn't trust this government as far as you could throw them in the building that they're sitting in. Come to Britain, look at our beautiful rivers, take pictures of the brown foam, but don't get any on you. And if you go down to the sea today, you're in for a big surprise.
Disgusting.
Apparently the private companies that own our water are expected to carry out their own pollution testing and report how often they are dumping untreated sewage. But in one of those what would Donald Trump do moments that seem to surround everything that this regime does, the Environment Agency's enforcement budget has been cut by 2/3. Who could have predicted that? Who could also have predicted that by cutting their enforcement budget by 2/3, they can't do much enforcement anymore? So it's up to the water companies themselves to tell us if they've been bad. And to nobody's surprise, they are disinclined to do that. An unnamed whistleblower who worked as a senior figure at one of the major water companies alleged that it was easy to cheat and cut corners, saying that they knew when water inspections would take place. They said most of the time we wouldn't treat the sewage properly, but when we knew a sample was due to take place, then we'd start following best practices and use the chemicals so that our samples would pass. Can you believe it? Well, yeah, actually I can, yeah. I'd be amazed if it was any other way. He said, he or she said we'd always find a way to make the samples pass. It didn't matter how we got there. If there was a way to save money and find loopholes, it's what we would do. I can't believe it. I actually can believe it, but I can't believe it. And we know where the government is on this. They insisted that these companies could pretty much do what they want before a stink was raised. You know, literally. And on Tuesday, the government climbed down over legal controls against dumping raw sewage into our waterways, because even their fans raised a finger of complaint. I mean, even Bodger's most die-hard cultists would stop at having raw sewage in their rivers and their seas. That's the line. That's the line in the sand, literally, sort of a brown, foamy line in the sand. The House of Lords backed the proposal to place a new legal duty on water companies to, quote, take all reasonable steps to prevent sewage discharges. This enabled the bill to be sent back to the Commons, and the government will table its own amendment. Now, pay attention to this wording. It's going to put a legal duty on utility firms to, quote, secure a progressive reduction in the adverse impacts of discharges from storm overflows. That's pretty cute wording there. Secure a progressive reduction. So if I hit you in the face 100 times a day, every day, if in a year I reduce that to just 99 times a day I would hit you in the face, would that count as a progressive reduction in adverse impacts?
Yes.
Yeah. You're welcome.
Thank you.
0345 6060 973. Let's have a call in Brentwood. David.
Yeah, good evening, Nick. Just wanted to, well, not correct you, because I would never deem to correct you, but I would just wanted to pass comment on you saying that we outsourced our production to China. I mean, I think that's a bit too cute, isn't it? I mean, the fact is that China is moved from a command economy to a sort of semi-capitalist economy, and they have far cheaper labour. They don't have any labour rights. They were always going to be the cheapest producer, but even now they're finding that, they're like competing with the lowest common denominator in Vietnam or wherever, and the next stop is Africa.
Well, you know who could stop that?
Who?
The consumer. If the consumer was to actually be ethical in their purchases, in their purchase decisions, then all of that would stop. We could stop it. We could stop it next week.
That sounds very fine and dandy, doesn't it? But I mean, what power does the British consumer actually have?
Total and complete.
Well, okay, but I mean, in the real world, let's go back to the real world.
Well, David, you're blaming China for making stuff cheaply.
No,
what I'm saying is that it's actually our fault for buying their cheap stuff, regardless of the consequences to human health for over there and over here.
So what are you saying? That we shouldn't have a consumer economy? We should all go back to ground zero?
No, what I'm saying is if the consumer made more ethical decisions based on how polluting an item is, the conditions in which the workers toiled, the effect on the economy and the environment of whatever it is that we buy, how much we buy, how disposable the things are that we buy. If we just thought for a second about all of that, then we might have still some industry left in this country that clothes.
We do have a regeneration of industry, but it's sort of cottage industry and sort of high expensive textiles and things like that. We do have that now. But the mass produced...
Well, you're talking about the tartans that they make in the Isles of Scotland.
There are lots of other cottage industries that are still surviving in British...
that makes no difference whatsoever. We're not talking about cottage industries, we're talking about mass market.
Really? I mean, we all know what sort of stores we're talking about. I won't no names, no factory, but I mean, don't buy clothes. I buy clothes to last. I don't buy...
Well, that's just you, David. You and you alone. Everybody else wants a pack of 3 T-shirts for £5, and they don't care how many people suffered in the making of those shirts.
I'm afraid this is the problem, isn't it? That nobody does care because...
They just want price.
They don't have any influence over it.
They just want cheap. They do. We have absolute influence over it. The consumer is the fault. It's all our fault. Everything. Because of the choices that we make in the stores.
One final point, and I just think the whole COP26 is a waste of time because whatever we do, we know that China and India are the main...
Oh, please, David, don't start with the whatabouts. What about China? What about India? What about Russia? What about America? What about this, that, and the other? We can make an effort to change things ourselves. If the entire human race was gripped by whataboutism, then we would still be living in caves and using flints to chop up wildebeest. Jim texts, please moan more about noisy leaf blowers all week at this here when mini gale whirling leaves in air. What? What are you talking about, Jim? Anyway, waste of energy. What happened to rakes? I quite agree. Yeah, it just drives me up the wall. You see like 6-foot hulking morons with a leaf blower spending half an hour blowing one leaf from one side of their driveway to another. Just pick it up, for crying out loud. Rakes, exactly. They should be illegal, leaf blowers. Why are they so noisy? Why can't you make a leaf blower that's actually quiet? Chris texts, if you want to convince the world's governments the Earth is warming exponentially, I don't think Glasgow is the place to do it. Yeah. Yes. And on that subject that we heard about in the news, this text says, did you see Biden in Italy with his 85-car entourage? Greta must be chuffed. Oh, he's probably choking on the noxious fumes. How can anybody have an 85-car entourage? I mean, who's in them? Why? Why would you need an 85-car entourage? I've never heard of anything so silly in all my life. Well, they're taking an entire hospital with them in case he doesn't make it to the end of this trip. 85 cars. That's ridiculous. And Tina texts, why can't the Insulate Britain lot show as much passion for all the effluent being pumped into our rivers and seas? That's something worth protesting about. Perhaps they could glue their faces to the outlet pipes. Glue their faces to the outlet pipes. That whole glue thing, that just seems to be a bit weird to me. I mean, what if somebody just they just pulled them off the pavement? They would leave their skin behind, right? I mean, it really is depending on the kindness of strangers who you are really annoying not to just pull you off the ground. Don't you find that a bit weird? That just seems strange behaviour to me. Glue. Why glue? Glue your face to the road. That doesn't make any sense at all. I mean, I know you can't chain yourself to the road because where would the chain go? But there's got to be some other thing you can do other than super glue your facial features to the tarmac. This says, and every time, by the way, I go on the M25, I am gripped with fear that I'm going to, get stuck in one of those jams. I'm not saying I disagree with their stated aims. I'm just not entirely sure that walking into traffic on the M25 is the right way to go about it. But gluing yourself to something, I mean, who came up with that stupid idea? And did the person that came up with that idea actually do the gluing themselves, or did they suggest it to other people? Curious. This says we should stop drinking French wine until they free Boaty McBoatface. Oh, God, the fishing thing. All right, well, I can't squeeze that in before the news. I'll try and put it in afterwards. The fishing thing. Stop drinking French wine.
Booze.
Unlikely. Yorkshire. Mike. Whoops. Hang on. One moment. Yes, Mike.
Nick?
Yes, Mike.
Yeah, I'd just like to agree with some of the main things that you say, that we are responsible for what we end up with. We vote for who we vote for.
Mm-hmm.
And if you look at the sort of water crisis that we've got with the sewage at the minute, we voted for people who wanted to privatise the sewage system. We wanted cheap water.
Mm-hmm.
At the end of the day, that results in a lack of investment in sewage. And then we suddenly turn around and say, oh, it's the politicians that are at fault. No, it really isn't. We voted for that way of dealing with our sewage.
Amazing. We keep voting for a party that it doesn't even matter if it's their stated aim or not. Their record shows you that they are interested in selling off the family silver at the lowest possible amount that they can get to the benefit of the major institutional shareholders that end up, unsurprisingly, with most of the shares in gas and water and electricity and all these things that other more sensibly run countries wouldn't even dream of giving away to private enterprise. Water! We don't own our own water, for crying out loud.
Absolutely. And we voted for parties that will reduce the health system. And then we complain when it takes longer to get a GP appointment.
As though the two aren't in some way connected.
Absolutely, but we did vote for this, and we have to take responsibility as a nation for what we voted for.
Well, now you say we, of course, it is a minority. We have a screwed-up democratic system, which is barely democratic at all, and getting less so by the day. It's a minority of the people that voted for this party, but because of the system that we've got, that party, with a minority of the vote, have a majority of the seats. We definitely need proportional representation in this country. We need coalition governments.
Absolutely. Although, what I will say is that the Scandinavians don't particularly rely on a system that relies on coalition, but they have a much more social responsibility-taking government where people pay more tax and get more from the government, trust the government, and get a really good system because they have a much higher happiness.
I know. Scandinavians, always so perfect.
It's a better system than we've got, Nick.
Absolutely. If you provide people with a safety net, then they feel more comfortable. They are more able to take risks with their careers and their lives, and they end up with a more satisfying life, and they are, by extension, happier. And what's the point? I mean, what is this life all about if it is not to maximise the amount of happiness you experience every minute of every day? Otherwise, what's the point? We're just ants.
Absolutely. I mean, it's just we have got into a treadmill of appointing people who appeal to us, like Boris.
Appeal to our worst sides, yeah. Appeal to our worst sides by blaming others for the things that we have by either directly or indirectly caused ourselves.
Yeah. I mean, you put a show on, you fluff your hair up, and everyone thinks, oh, he's good. But no one considers what it's actually going to do to us. I mean, even the way we're attacking the French at the minute is absolutely bizarre.
Well, I'll get into that in a minute. Okay, thanks for that, Mike. 0345 6060 973. So we should stop drinking French wine until they free Boaty McBoatface, says this anonymous missive. Right. It's just so... I mean, get this for a start. As France prepared to act on its plan to tie up British goods in red tape at ports in a row over fishing licences, Boris Johnson vowed to, quote, do whatever is necessary to protect British fishers. What a card. He is funny, no?
No.
Seriously, how can he have the nerve to tell British fisher persons anything, let alone promise them that he's on their side? He acts as though we've never paid attention to anything that he's ever said, that we've never heard any of his previous promises, as though he's new to us. We've seen you, Bodge. Captain Gaslighter, Bodger Johnson, said France remained the UK's best, oldest, closest allies, friends and partners. And that's why he's starting a war with them. He intends on using them to fight a pretend war, of course, because it keeps his fans' minds from wandering to how they're hungry and poor, and everything that he's promised is about as likely to happen as him taking up cliff diving. Meanwhile, unelected bureaucrat and full-time Garfield the Cat impersonator David Frost, the UK Brexit minister, hit out at the unjustified measures, in his words, that the French government has said that it will impose from next Tuesday over the row about fishing access. He said, it's so unfair. Explain him to me, by the way, you Brexit fanatics. You wanted out of the European Union because you didn't want to get ruled by unelected bureaucrats. Well, who's he? The warning over the unjustified measures that the French government has said it's going to impose followed the French government's announcement earlier this week that it will, from Tuesday, impose heightened customs and health checks on British goods, potentially impose a ban on boats landing fish, and scrutinise UK vessels' security, environmental standards and crew. They're going to scrutinise the crew with both hands.
Disgusting.
The measures are only going to be lifted if the UK and Jersey provide more licences for French vessels seeking to fish in their coastal waters, French ministers have said. I don't know why we're exercised about it. We don't eat the fish that we catch here. The measures are only going to be lifted if the UK and Jersey provide more licences, apparently. The UK government has approved 16 out of 47 applications for French boats to operate in our British coastal waters. Apparently 55 boats applying to fish in the waters off Jersey have been turned down by Jersey's government due to a lack of evidence that they have fished there for 10 days in any of the last 3 years. But how are they going to produce that? What, go back in time and take a selfie? I mean, small boats don't have the tech required, apparently, to... I ain't no sailor. But as far as I'm aware, those small boats that we're talking about, we're not talking about liners, we're not those massive, like ships. They're just tiny. They haven't got the tech to prove that they have fished in particular waters for 10 days in the last 3 years. Which is probably why we demanded that they give us that evidence. We knew that they didn't have it, so that's why we asked for it. Because it's all a distraction. That's why we'll never get Brexit done. It's why our lot signed a deal that they had no intention of following. It's why they constantly stoke the war mentality of their fans, at battle with Europe forever, and especially France and Germany, constantly making like we're aggrieved and we're being picked on. It'll never stop until the government don't need to distract from their grasping and their incompetence and their lying. So... that'll be never then. And it all benefits the French president too, because he can play the same game to keep his fans on side. But the fact is, we signed a deal that gave the French fisher persons their usual access to the 6 to 12 mile zone off the coast of the UK and the Channel Islands, including Jersey. And that unelected bureaucrat of ours, David Frost, negotiated it. And Bodger signed it, and they're both whining now how unfair it is. It's really quite incredible. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
Unbelievable. So here's the evidence, if it is indeed needed. Article 502 of the Trade and Cooperation Agreement states that access should be granted reflecting the actual extent and nature of fishing activity, that it can be demonstrated was carried out during the period beginning on the 1st of February 2017 and ending on the 31st of January 2020 by qualifying vessels. So we agreed that they can keep fishing as much as they used to. And like with everything else that this government signs, apparently they did it with their fingers crossed behind their backs. We didn't mean it. The French claim the UK is being overly rigid in demands for evidence of such historic activity. And it is difficult to believe that the Downing Street spokesmodel, who suggested France was acting in breach of both international law and trade cooperation agreements, did so without a wry smile, writes The Guardian, given our approach to implementing the Northern Ireland Protocol in the withdrawal agreement. I think that a smirk is the symbol of this government, isn't it? Because David Frost always seems to have a smirk on his face, as though he's not really serious. He's just going through the motions. That they have absolutely no intention of ever getting Brexit done, because it will allow us to have some phony war with Europe forever. Always giving us someone to blame for what ails us. I mean, if in doubt, it's just do what Donald Trump would do. Blame the other side for that which you are guilty. It isn't any kind of way to run a country, but, you know, apparently we knew what we were voting for, and that's what we were voting for. A constant phony war with the French and Europe in general in order to take the eye off what's happening, here. Always somebody else's fault. Nothing to do with us. Oh, it's the evil European Union. They're being mean to us. This text says, we have a boat in the Lake District. I know it's a first world problem, but it's going to be very sad and expensive for us, and also lots of businesses. What do you mean? You're talking about the sewage problem. Even in the beautiful Lake District, they're up to their eyeballs in it. But it's okay, because it's British sewage, and all the happier for it. I hadn't looked ahead in this, my cut and pasted Word document for all the messages. I just assumed that there was a couple coming in. It's actually more like a couple of hundred. So I'm way behind schedule. I am particularly bad at this job.
Correct.
Andy tweets, COP26 has cancelled Glasgow Christmas market. Cancelled Glasgow's Christmas market?
What?
It's too early for a Christmas market. What are you talking about, Andy? It's not even November yet. It's too early for Christmas. Jim emails, hello from Australia. Nobody should be surprised by weather in Scotland. I'm sure it's on the tourist board's website. Come to Scotland where umbrellas go to die. Offensive. This says, President Biden had an audience with Pope Francis today. The Pope looked like a choir boy when compared to crumbling Jurassic Joe. Joe Biden does look as though he's made entirely from paper, doesn't he? How old is he, by the way? You know, to the nearest century. James says, is it true the ship Boaty McBoatface is in French waters catching my cod and chips for me at my local chippy next Friday? No, James. It is untrue. Incorrect.
Negative.
It's not catching cod at all. Not in our waters. It'll be catching mackerel.
Disgusting.
Anybody want mackerel and chips?
No.
Of course not. We hate that stuff. No, there ain't no cod in these waters. You know, when the French find out that what we're dumping in the waters just off our coast, I'm sure they might think again. And go into a dry dock and spray their hulls. Let's have... Charlie, Culross.
Hello, Nick.
How you doing?
Yeah, good. So I was hearing you talking about water earlier on there, and I thought I'd give you a few facts about Scottish water.
Facts, okay.
Yes, facts, yes.
Lay them on us.
So Scottish water is 100% owned by the Scottish government, so it's owned by the people of Scotland.
Is it?
Yes, 100%, and it has been for many years. The headquarters are actually in Dunfermline, which is very close to where I died.
Mm-hmm.
But, so we've got an abundance of fresh water. In fact, I think the story goes that there's more fresh water in Loch Ness alone than there is in all the lochs in England and Wales put together.
Well, yeah, probably the rivers and the lakes and all of that.
Yeah, but and
no
as I said, in Loch Ness, it's such a massive loch, but we've got 3,000 lochs in Scotland. So we've got an abundance of fresh water up here.
Up to your eyeballs you've got fresh water.
Yes, no, we have. And in fact, I've been on holiday this week, and it's done nothing but rain all week. But the two things that's good about rain up the rain up here is it keeps the country beautiful, and also it keeps the whiskey flowing as well.
Absolutely.
But also, fresh water in Scotland, although we don't export any of our fresh water at the moment, certainly when we do become independent, and obviously having our neighbours, their friendly neighbours, England next door, who are one of the largest importers of fresh water in the world, actually.
Are we?
That's another fact for you. Yep, I can check that as well.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Wait. Now, you're talking about bottled water?
I'm talking about fresh water. England's one of the largest importers of fresh water.
Well, where do we get it from?
I'm not too sure where you actually get it from. I just deal with Scotland, really. But but yeah, I know that you are running. I had this discussion with Ian Dale a while ago, and he confirmed it 5 minutes after the discussion with him. But anyway, so obviously when we do become independent, obviously we may start exporting our fresh water. It's one of our many resources that we actually have at the moment.
Well, we would appreciate that, Charlie.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
We actually supply England at the moment with 20% of the electricity needs as well. I don't know if you're aware of that as well. That's another feather in our cap.
Wow, this show is like an education, isn't it?
No.
It's really
like one.
You won't hear that on mainstream media, I'll tell you that right
exactly,
now.
Yes. We are breaking ground here, Charlie. Excellent work. Yeah. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. I had no idea. Richard emails, Nick, I'm listening to you drinking Prosecco in candlelight. I'm saving money and the planet. There you are, you see, making an effort. Andy emails, Nick, I decided to give up alcohol for COP26. I looked out the window and there are huge pumpkins, massive spiders crawling up the side of houses. I'll tell you this, I'm not doing this again. I sat in a pub the other day and they had their Halloween thing. You know, everything was covered in spiders' webs with plastic spiders. And I don't freak out and run out the room when I see a spider, but I do deal with it with great vengeance. Do not call me up and tell me not to do that. All spiders and clothes moths must be executed on site, no exceptions. Unless the spider is so big that smashing it would cause me grief. It would discombobulate me. Then I do put the glass over it and then slide a piece of paper underneath and then just chuck it out the door. It's probably one of those homing spiders.
Oh, no.
It's with one of its 86 eyes, it's copped a look at me, and I'm for it. But it did occur to me sitting in that pub that I think that, we do have a visceral reaction to spiders and snakes. Even if you're not particularly bothered about them, there is something that inside you that goes... Yeah, it's just really uncomfortable, even if they're plastic. And so I was sitting slightly uncomfortable, but fortunately I had the benefit of tequila,
booze,
to smooth that discomfort over. This says to be done in your Scottish accent. Went in the bakery today, and what asked, is that a donut or a meringue? I don't get it. To be done in your Scottish accent. Went in the bakery today and asked, is that a donut or a meringue? I don't understand. Do you get that?
Not really.
Not really, no. We don't get that. Is that a donut or a meringue? I don't get it. Doesn't matter how many times I say it, still don't get it. Anne says, at least you only have to wait until the 21st of December and then the evenings will start getting lighter again. Hooray for the solstice. Well, that is a good point. Yeah, on the 21st of December, it comes around really, really quickly. It's just that what happens after the 21st of December is another 6 months of darkness, it seems. Like, it seems to get dark really quickly and then take forever to get light again. Oh, well, never mind. It's just our lives. Just the hours that in darkness, just stretching into the foreseeable future. I can't believe that we're still going through this. Every blooming year, it's the same thing. People are expressing their opinions.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
And nobody listens. You get, oh, well, we did that before and nobody liked it. Rubbish. Everybody likes it. There can't be a single person, not a single solitary person, who is not a professional cow fondler, who lives in the north of Scotland, who is interested in putting the clocks back. Why would you want a darker evening? It makes no sense. We give up a lighter evening to have a lighter morning. Why? You can't do anything with an hour extra light in the morning. Nobody can. What are you going to do with an hour extra light in the morning? You're going to sleep through it. It's pointless. Nobody thinks at 7 o'clock in the morning, oh, I'm going to go out for an hour's walk. Because you're in a mad rush to get out of the house and go and get the bus or the train. Or sit in a car in a traffic jam because somebody's superglued their face to the road in front of you. You can't do anything with an extra hour of light in the morning. But you can in the evening. You come home from work and you think, I'll go out. I'll commune with nature. Marvellous. But it doesn't matter how many times you say it, the government doesn't want to do anything that might negatively affect them in the long term. They don't want to receive any negative headlines for something that they do. So they don't do anything. And we have to go through this every blooming year. It's excruciating. To be done in your Scottish accent. Went in the bakery today and asked, is that a donut or a meringue? I still don't get it. It doesn't make any sense. Stop toying with me. Alex emails, did you know, and this is a fact, every governor of California have their portraits displayed in the Capitol building of Sacramento, and every one of them, apart from Arnold, have their signatures and names at the bottom of their portraits. Any idea why? Because nobody knows who they are, unless their names are printed, I would imagine. Everybody knows who Arnie is.
Affirmative.
He says, stay safe and may the power of logic and reason bless you and all of the people in the UK. Well, I don't know where you've been living, mate, but there ain't no logic or reason around these parts. We are logic and reasonless. A 200 grand bottle of wine, what are you going to do with that? You know, look at it. Fondle it. Stick it in a cupboard and it'll gather dust. What's the point? I bet it tastes like vinegar. Uthman texts, Nick, Tom is trying... Tom, this the caller that I had some while ago, who I think the basic point was that the problem with the climate change debate is that people are being too alarmist. Well, it's only the end of the human race. That's all. That seems like something to be alarmed about. Anyway, Uthman says, Tom is trying to articulate that the government need to spread the message in a clearer manner that is accessible to everyone. But I don't think that's what he was trying to say. I don't think the government are being alarmist. I think there's the opposite of that. I think they're being a bit laissez-faire. It's just a series of I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that. Oh, don't worry about a thing. We'll invent some magic machine that will clear all of the CO2 out the air. Not all of it, mind, but just enough. That seems to be Bodger's plan for everything. Oh, don't worry about it. We'll invent something. British exceptionalism. You know, all of that. Flannel. Phil tweets, I think Tom's point, again with the thing about Tom, I think Tom's point could be accurately summarised as, leave him alone, he's doing his best. Oh. Never in human history has anybody elicited that response from an electorate. I mean, what other Prime Minister could you possibly imagine that a significant number of people in this country would greet his every misstep, or her, sexist, his every misstep and catastrophic cock-up with, oh, he's doing his best. You know, like he's a child. Like you've asked a 5-year-old to tidy his room. And it ends up being messier than when he started. Oh, he's doing his best. Like you've asked your dog to make your breakfast. And he forgets to warm the teapot. Idiot dog. But he's doing his best. Jim says, if you want to influence government policy, you donate money to the Tory party. Just look at the amount donated by property developers to the existing government. Money is what makes the world go round. You bet your life it is. I think donating money to the Conservative Party is probably the best investment that you could make. You make out like a bandit. Glossop. Richard.
Hey, Nick.
Richard.
You okay?
Yeah, good, thanks.
I do listen to you every week, so I'm going to put in the usual but.
Right.
Okay, now this whole fishing thing surrounds the waters around the Channel Islands. Right. That's why the French are kicking off.
Yeah.
And it relates, I understand it, 17 boats that have been denied a licence by the Bailiwick of Jersey.
No, it's 55, isn't it? Hang on a minute. I have detailed files. I think it's 55. I think 16 out of 47 applications for French boats to operate in the UK's waters. 55 have been turned down to fish off Jersey.
Well, I heard the article a couple of days ago when I heard one of Jersey's ministers, the government ministers in Jersey. Yeah. Now, apparently, the ones that have been turned down... Now, I could show you where any boat in this country is within a few seconds.
Right.
Your mobile phone.
Yeah.
There's a thing called AIS.
Okay.
And it shows all maritime traffic around the country, around the world. And the thing is, it's like a CCTV. It's recorded. Mm-hmm. And there's two ways I can prove where I've fished. One is by producing my transponder records, which go onto AIS, showing my position. And the second thing is, when I land my catch, state which fishing ground it's come from.
Right.
Problem is, these people who've been turned down, licenses, and this is the absolute truth, it's been proved by using historical AIS since 2017, aren't supposed to be fishing in certain waters at certain times. So what they did was, they just switched off the transponder. The problem's become now, just as British fishermen had to prove they were fishing, to gain EU licences, these French fishermen have been asked to provide the records, either the documents when they land the fish, hold on, or the AIS records, which they obtain in a few days, showing the position of their boat. But because they were overfishing, they turned off the transponder.
Well, no, hang on a minute. Wait a minute. That's a bit of a stretch because they were overfishing. You don't know that.
Fishing unlawfully.
Eh?
How would you switch your transponder off?
Well, I don't know that they did, and neither do you.
Nick,
hang on a minute. Hang on. If that thing is available, and I don't doubt it, then how would you be able to tell what happened 3 years ago?
It's recorded.
It's recorded? Where?
I believe the records are kept for 6 years. HM Coast Guard keeps them. Also, there's also the landing documents where you state... You can go down to Tesco's tomorrow and it'll tell you the landing ground that your fish came from.
Yeah, but they're French, though.
These are all records.
Yeah, but they don't land in Tesco's, do they? They land in France.
But the records kept. They're noted down at the fish market or processing plant where they landed.
In France?
In France as well. Most EU countries record it. As far as I know, they have to record it.
Right.
By law, by EU law, it has to be recorded, because how can you calculate fishing's taking place for fishing quotas if you don't have a record?
Right, well, I don't know.
That's how you do it. You record where it's caught and when it's landed. But there's the AIS records anyway.
Right,
you can check it up.
Okay, so you're saying that the reason that they can't prove that they were fishing in those waters, you're not disputing that they were fishing in those waters, so by definition they do have the right to continue fishing because that's what we signed up for. But you're saying that the reason that they can't prove it is because they had switched off their transponder because they were potentially overfishing.
Potentially overfishing, perhaps I used the wrong term, unlawfully fishing.
Right.
In getting a quota, but they'd switched off the transponder. As you mentioned, quite rightly, they've got to prove that they've been fishing those particular grounds for 10 days. I think it's in any 365-day period.
Right,
is that right?
But you're not disputing that they did it.
Disputing they did it.
Right, so their claim is valid.
Prove they were.
There's something wrong with your phone, Richard. I don't know what kind of phone you're using. Maybe it's a satellite phone. Are you aboard ship at this moment? Are you, in fact, on a submarine? It seems to be cutting off the first word of every sentence you speak. See, there it is again. It's really weird. It's just odd. It's just like it's voice activated or something. But anyway, I get that, and I'm prepared to believe that in the absence of any further information. But it doesn't whether they were breaking the law at some point in the past is irrelevant to the claim that they have at the moment, which is to continue to fish, which is what we signed up for. And also, if they were breaking the law, just the very idea that by extension we have not done any such thing is somewhat unbelievable. If they were doing it, I betcha we were doing it too. But anyway, good information there, Richard. Thanks for that. Eddie texts, if Biden's cavalcade drove through the ULEZ, Mayor Khan would earn a fortune. Yeah, I bet none of those cars in the 85 car-tastrophe that follows Joe Biden around would have passed the ULEZ. I mean, they're American cars. I bet they get, 3-4 miles to the gallon. That's ridiculous. That's one of the silliest things I've ever heard in my life. 85 car cavalcade to follow the President of the United States of America around. Is it 85 cars because Donald Trump had 84? I wouldn't be surprised. Martin texts, this global warming and sea level rise may be not so bad. I currently live 3 miles from the sea, but in 10 years' time, I may have a waterside property. It's going to be worth the squillions, says Martin. That is a good point. Lester. Hello, David.
Well, I was going to say that they tracked the boats by GPS, but the previous caller's obviously done a better job than me. I mean, he's got more information there, so... he's got apps and everything, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, not Donald Trump, the President of America, I forgot his name.
Joe?
Joe, that's it, yeah. Even if he's got 75 cars behind him, they can't impose a ULEZ scheme on them because they'll have political immunity from parking fines.
Exactly,
So that's no good.
Diplomatic immunity. Try to put a ticket on one of those cars and you'll be met with a strong defence.
Well, they just ignore them. I've talked to some politicians from another country and they just whip them up and throw them away.
Yeah.
And the Scottish man before the news bragging about Scottish highlights and how great Scotland is. I don't know whether it was your show, but it was one show, and they were saying that the Shetland Islands want to remain part of the United Kingdom. So most of the oil fields that Scotland says are theirs are off the Shetland Islands. Isn't that correct?
The Shetland Islands. That's like 3 people and a sheep.
Yeah, but they want to step out of the UK. So Scotland can be independent. They can have the euro. The Shetland Islands can continue with the pound and the huge oil fields. It'll be wonderful for them.
No, but we don't want no oil no more, remember?
We'll still have oil. We'll need it. For
David, are you using the same phone as the previous guy? Because everything that you say is being cut off as well. I get the middle part of the sentence, just not the beginning and the end, which makes it somewhat difficult to understand. Mobile phones, they are great, no?
No.
Not actually usable as a phone. Never mind.
Oh, hello, Nick.
Paul.
I would like a drop of that wine that's gone missing, actually.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Wouldn't it just? Because I'll tell you what, I would drink it.
But I bet it tastes absolutely horrible. I mean, it's over 200 years old. How could wine last that long? Doesn't seem feasible,
Well, you
does
do.
it?
Well, no, it doesn't really. It just makes you wonder how stupid it is, which is why I'd open it. And if it tasted all right, I'd drink it. Basically.
Yeah, why not? I mean, if it did taste all right, what else are you going to do with it? Just look at it.
Well, exactly. But anyway, the reason I phoned it was about our Scottish cousins and this incessant, nonsense from them. Well, I live in the deepest north now and spend half my life in London. And in London, coming up to Christmas, the hour going back at this time of the year was almost devastating down there. It was for me. It just was the beginning of the winter, and it was absolutely horrible.
Yeah, it makes you want to curl up into a ball and not come out for 6 months, doesn't it?
Well, that was it. And I was working out the motorbikes in London, and it was like all of a sudden it got dark, cold and wet and Christmas, so didn't like that. But anyway, now I live in deepest North Yorkshire, where I originally hailed from. And today, it went dark at 5 o'clock.
Blimey.
So tomorrow, or whenever they do this silly thing, it'll now be dark at 4 o'clock. But it gets light. It gets light. This is now before it gets worse. It's light at about 5 o'clock in the morning.
What?
And the reason for it is Scottish people, because the reason we do this is because at this time of year up in Scotland, and this, they've got such shorter days. They actually need more light in the morning so their kids can get to school in the light.
You can either go to school in the light or come back from school in the light, not both.
Well, this is it, but sadly, that I can understand it. But the thing is, this is my whole point. They're so keen to get independence. I mean, I'm pretty much against it. But if they want to do it, the only advantage I can see, the one and only advantage, is we can go in a different time zone and just keep our summertime all year round.
I think, we should definitely do that. I mean, absolutely.
Yeah.
I think the European Union was thinking about doing it, and then the invisible menace from China put the kibosh on all other considerations, didn't it?
I don't really know, mate.
Right, I think so. Yeah.
I think we live in a mad world, don't we? Really,
it's a mad world. Yes, no doubt.
It is.
I'm just looking at the actual real life facts on this issue, and the sun up is at 8:15 in Glasgow, and sundown is at 4:45. So it's going to be at 4:45 as of Sunday, and it's going to get light. Going to get light at 7:16, which is which is a time that nobody can do anything with. What can you do with that apart from milk cows?
Well, yeah.
Cows don't know what time it is. They don't care.
The Scottish aren't even up at that point, most of them, are they? You know what I mean?
Well, let's not start picking a fight.
No, my ancestors are Scottish.
Oh, well, that's okay then. Oh, sure.
No, but I'm from Yorkshire, mate, and I'm proud to be English, and I love Scotland and all that stuff. But like I said, my only reason for them to leave, because I'm quite pro-union and all that stuff, But my only real reason why I quite like them to leave is I get me bloody hour back.
Yeah. I don't think. I don't think the one will lead to the other. To actually make a change to the clocks would require a government acting in the interest of the people rather than acting in their own personal short-term interests by avoiding negative headlines in the right-wing press, who will be searching around for some story that they can blame on the clock's change. There'll be front-page headlines about some traffic accident that was caused by the darkness being at the wrong end of the day, and therefore these particular deaths are on you, Boris Johnson, or the Conservative government, or whoever voted it through. That's what... I mean, I don't know that it's a fact, but it doesn't stop it from being true. Thanks a lot, Paul. 0345 6060 973. I mean, that would be my reading of it, that on contentious issues that will not gain the Conservative Party an edge or a benefit in the short term, they just leave alone because, why bother? Why change something that might come back to bite you, even if it is in the interest of the majority of the people? I mean, who actually wants the clocks to go back? Who? I want the names of the people. Who are they? And this thing about, the school children will be going to school in the dark. Do me a favour. School children don't walk to school anymore. They get driven in 4x4 tanks. This text says, no, you know what? No. I'm not doing any more jokes. I am not reading the one about I've been offered 8 venison legs for 200 quid, and do you think that's too dear? This show is not a Christmas cracker. It's not a cracker. Chris says, the 85 cars in Joe Biden's car catastrophe. What do they call it? No, it's not a caravan. It's a presidential parade. What's the word I'm looking for?
Is it a convoy?
No, that's trucks. Well, I suppose it could be, but that's not the word I'm looking for. It's I'll just go with catastrophe. The 85 cars in that catastrophe were all sporting American registration plates. They will have been flown to Italy from the USA and will probably be heading here for COP26 before being flown back to the USA. I don't think that's saving the environment, is it? Could you not have stayed in America and just called it in, Joe? I mean, you ain't going to change your mind on anything at all just by showing up in Glasgow. I mean, what do we imagine actually happens there? That people are going to be standing on stage and doing speeches, and the leaders of the world are going to be sitting there making their minds up about the various issues at that moment, and then enacting those policies instantly? Of course not. I mean, what's it for? It's so that they can say, "Wow, we're going to do this and we're going to do that," and don't worry about a thing. We've got it all under control. I bet nothing comes from it. I betcha. It'll be just a bunch of I'm gunners. Manchester, hello, Graham.
Good evening, young man. It's a cavalcade.
It's not quite what I'm looking for. What's the actual proper term for presidential...
It's a cavalcade. You see, when people try to feed you with some honest information other than deer's legs, you just dismiss it. How dare you?
Cavalcade. It's not a cavalcade. It's a...
It is.
It isn't.
Of course it is, you silly man.
Oh, OK, then. You should have said.
Honestly, trust me.
Right,
It's Baltimore Boatface.
Motorcade.
Affirmative.
No,
That's what it is. A cavalcade, right.
Cavalcade.
I was close.
Never mind.
Close. No cigar.
Really. Anyway. You know these water companies?
Yes.
Are you aware that it's cheaper for them to pay the fines than it is to treat the water?
Yeah,
That's why they get rid of it.
I wouldn't doubt that for a moment.
That is factual.
Well, we're not interested in facts on this show.
Well, we're not interested in facts in the country. We're interested in paying less tax, aren't we?
Can you make something up instead? And just tell me it's true.
Well, I was going to say it'll rain or go dark before morning, but in Manchester it does both.
Yeah. Even in the middle of the day, in June.
Even in the middle of the day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, well, thanks for the update there, Graham. Cheers, mate.
It was a pleasure.
Was it? The pleasure was entirely yours. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mary texts, the drinking water from the Thames in London has passed through 400 sewage treatment plants. I'm really glad I live in Oxford, says Mary. It's also probably passed through 400,000 different people.
Disgusting.
Before you get to drink it. Ugh. Jim says, how sad it is that water companies that dump the filth in our rivers do so because it's cheaper to pay the fines than to pay for treating it. Oh, how about that? It's almost like we're in stereo. He says it, and then it appears as though by magic on my screen in front of me. It's a miracle. Cindy texts, makes me wonder why the French are so eager to have our fish. Our fish don't seem very appetising to me, with sewage flowing round them. Yeah, I think they'll probably think again once they get the news translated from English into French. French persons, have you heard the news? Apparently not. Get Bob Dylan on the phone. He's going to have to re-record that single as Tangled Up in Poo. You know her tweets. I saw Johnson Sr. on one of the rolling news channels this week. He was introduced as an environment expert. They were almost half right. Good to see nepotism isn't dead or subtle. Environmental expert. Funny, no? No. Not really. This text says, Biden may have an 85-car entourage, but does he have a royal yacht, HMS Patriotic Folly? That's a good question. Yeah, does he have actually like a solid gold boat for Bodger to go and have a holiday on? And to conduct trade deals, I'm sure, that they're going to do that. It's like front of mind, yeah. But mostly it's going to be for having a good time on the poop deck, if you please.
Disgusting.
Actually, appropriately named. The poop deck. John Tex just got back from a half-term trip to London, went to M&M's World, and all the time I was there I kept thinking, Nick would love it here. You can now have your face printed on the M&Ms. What a time to be alive. You're joking. You can have your face on an M&M. So you can pop it in your mouth and lick your own face off. You could take a picture of your face licking your own face off. I think we've just reached peak narcissism. Huh. I had no idea. Phil says, 3 days ago I decided to buy a new kettle to replace a cheap foreign one I got. I chose one from a British manufacturing company at 3 times the cost of an old one. When it arrived, I went straight for the label which said, Made in China. What did I do wrong? A British manufacturing company at 3 times the cost of the old one. Right. Well, like I said, it's we just outsourced all our polluting. All our polluting and, many of the jobs that we used to rely on. It's odd that we complain vociferously about people coming over here, taking our jobs. Jobs, it turns out, that we don't actually want to do, and we're begging them to come back and redo the jobs that we were yelling at them for 5 years to get out of our country because we wanted to do those jobs. Turned out we did not want to do those jobs. But that's an aside. But we don't really mind or even notice that jobs leave this country and go to other countries. I mean, it's the same thing. Foreigners do the jobs that we used to do. It's just that when they're doing them in other countries, then those foreigners who earn wages over there, they pay taxes over there. And the corporations that make them also pay taxes over there. So we're losing much more by farming jobs out to other countries than we would if we kept the jobs here and they were done by foreigners coming here. But that's but we only complain about one and not the other. Curious. Loughborough. Hello, Julie.
Hi, Nick. You
Julie.
make me laugh.
Oh, cheers, my dear.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, how did Greta get on today?
Who?
Greta Thingamabob.
Oh, Greta Thingamabob. I don't know. What was she doing today?
Wasn't she protesting? And I just
yeah,
wondered
no
if
doubt.
the Prime Minister came out and gave her a fold-down chair and a butty and a flask of tea.
That didn't happen, did it?
I don't know.
No, probably not, no. A butty and a flask of tea. Yeah, almost certainly not.
I bet it was vegan.
She's going to be making the news this weekend, though, I betcha.
Betcha back.
And she'll probably be the only one who's talking either sense or truth. But we can't handle the truth. More blah, blah, blah. I don't know why they're bothering. I mean, the last one didn't do anything, and the one before didn't do anything, and the one before that didn't do anything, and we're at number 26 already. And by next year it'll be 27, and the year after it'll be 28, by which time we'll probably all be living on the sea, there being no land left. Still, it could be worse. We could be on fire. This says, if the Queen is not well enough to rule us for a while, should Prince Charles not rule us until she's well again? I feel the Queen is ruling us part-time from home. Jay says, I've been driving since 1998 and I have never driven on a motorway. Wow. Huh. Says, however, Insulate Britain have now encouraged me to take the plunge. I don't have to keep up a high speed, and I can sit comfortably in my car while familiarising myself with the motorway environment. Yeah, well, in a stationary position, you mean? Cornwall. That's a bit vague. Where are you, Mark?
What do you mean vague? I mean, it's a sunny Cornwall, Nick. It's not vague. It's sunny Cornwall. I mean, it's absolutely lashing down with rain here.
Is it?
Now. It's chucking it down.
But where in Cornwall? Cornwall's a big place.
Even sunnier Newquay. How about that, Nick?
Newquay. Ah, very nice.
What a beautiful hole it is as well. So anyway, I can definitely confirm it 100%. It is motorcade. And the reason is in 1978, one of the best post-punk bands called Magazine wrote a song about it. And it's definitely 100% motorcade. So you are correct, Nick.
Was it the B-side of Shot by Both Sides?
No, but well remembered. It was on their first album, Definitive Gaze, but well done. So, but most importantly, the reason I'm calling is I used to own and I test drove both cars that they use in this 85 car motorcade that Uncle Joe drives around. The first car is a Cadillac Escalade. And I owned one because I still live in California, where it actually is sunny there most of the time. But here we go. You ready for the mileage details?
Oh, what, miles per gallon, you mean? No, let me guess.
Miles per gallon.
Let me guess. Let me guess.
You're going to love this one, the Cadillac Escalade.
Let me guess.
Go on, Nick, go on. Here we go.
The Cadillac Escalade, which is the size of a semi-detached house. I mean, it's absolutely enormous. 6 litres, which is at least 3 litres too many. I'm guessing 12 miles to the gallon.
Oh, you looked it up.
No, I did not. I did not look it up. Is that right?
Well, actually, that's pretty much the best mileage around town. I got ding, there it goes. But I actually averaged around 9 miles around town. So 9 miles per gallon. Now, the second car they use in this beautiful motorcade is called the Chevrolet Denali. Okay, let's see if you can guess the mileage on that.
What is it? It's Chevrolet Denali.
Chevrolet Denali. It's the cheaper version of the Cadillac Escalade, Nick, and cheaper as in plastic version. The others have got all leather seats. The Denali's got, well, whatever. So the Denali's used for the quote-unquote less important people. That one comes out at a whopping 19 miles to the gallon.
Excellent value for money.
So,
but neither of those, actually, the thing that President Joe sits in, that would be the thing called the Beast, which I think weighs about 5 tons or something like that, being as how it's made out of lead. And that probably gets 1 mile to the gallon. In fact, it's probably got its own onboard nuclear power station just to make it go. Thanks for the info there, Mark. 0345 6060 973. How ridiculous is that? He's showing up at a climate change conference. Now, we don't know whether he's actually going to bring all 85 cars here. Would they even fit in Glasgow? You'd have to park in Edinburgh. Commute. But if he does, I mean, how ridiculous is that? It's almost like he's gaslighting us, taking a page out of Bodger's book.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
I mean, that is ridiculous. 85 cars. Who's in them? I mean, he's going to have his security detail right now, but that's got to be a couple of cars worth, maybe 3. Okay, he's the President of the United States of America, so let's say 10 cars worth. 5 people in each, so that's 50 people. That's a small army. You can't possibly need more than that. And then he'll have his medical people in case he he succumbs to his advanced old age. He is about 150 years old. So there'll be, a small hospital that goes with him. So how many cars are we up to now? So let's say that's another 5 with all the equipment, because they're going to need the machine that goes bing. You've probably got the very best Bing machine in the world. His machine will go. Other than that, we'll have his reporters and his advisors, and the people that make sure that he stands up straight and doesn't gaff too much. I mean, 20 cars tops. I mean, 20 would be a stupidly large number of cars to have traipsing around after you. 85? Come on, Joe. Daniel tweets, I can't believe all this heat towards Johnson. He's doing his best. Shut up, Daniel. I mean it. Woodford, Alison. Oh, Alison.
Hi, Nick.
Alison.
Hello. Sorry, I'm tuning in towards the end of the show, so I don't know if I'm going to be off target, but it seems like we're talking about the climate and the COP26 coming up.
Yeah.
Just wondering, Greta, I'm like, what? Is it weird? I don't really understand what's going on with Greta, to be honest. Like, what? So we had the whole Donald Trump sort of like and calling her out, and the whole world being like, what are you doing? 16-year-old like school kid, like, leave her alone.
I know. You're trolling a child, Donnie.
And it's a disgrace.
Exactly. So then that was like, cool. And then, but now I'm just like, are we actually really looking towards her for what to do?
No.
Because I'm worried about that.
No, of course not. Leaders aren't paying the slightest bit of attention to Greta Thunberg. They only pay attention if the people that might decide whether they get to keep their jobs or not are upset. This is why they did a pretty swift U-turn. They turned around on a sixpence about the chucking sewage into our waters. They thought they were going to get away with that, and that was the brown
went under the radar,
the brown line in the sand beyond which we were not prepared to go. So they changed their minds. Too sweet.
Don't you think it's pretty terrifying to think? Well, what else aren't they telling us that they're doing?
Well, exactly. Which is one of the reasons why the Freedom of Information Act is an act which actually prevents any information from becoming free.
Exactly, and only if it's recorded,
and only if they like it, and only if it's going to friends of the regime. Because if any journalist asks a question of the government under the Freedom of Information Act, then the answer is no. And furthermore,
no. Maybe we should actually get Greta and Zuckerberg to join forces.
Oh my God!
Can you imagine the information?
Zuckerberg,
Meta,
that moon-faced creep who runs Facebook. That bloke.
Yeah.
No.
He seems to know a lot of stuff.
Yeah, he's got detailed files on you, me, and everyone that we know.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
well,
probably,
anyway, I was
it's probably.
that was it. I was just wondering about. So you are. You put Greta kind of up there above the politicians.
No, not above.
In terms of this debate. Yeah.
Beside, she is making public things that may otherwise have not come to as many people's attention. She's just publicising. What then happens is what politicians do, and they will only do the right thing if we insist on it. That much is evident. And if we do or say nothing, then we will allow them to get away with doing nothing, or essentially doing nothing that that inconveniences them in the short term. If we insist that they do the right thing now for our long-term gain, they will do that. But if we don't, they won't. And Greta's a small cog in this by bringing things to our attention that otherwise might not have, flitted across our brains. So good for her. The grief that she gets for doing it. She's just trying to help, but people just pile on with the whatabouts. Oh, she once ate a vegetable. Vegetable killer. Laurie texts, those little boats have loads of tech on board and 98% of French boats have been permitted to continue to fish in UK waters. Sounds like we're being pretty reasonable, right? Well, if those figures are indeed accurate, then I suppose so. It depends on whether we agreed to give 100% of French boats the permission to continue to fish in UK waters, which I think we did. That word continue to, or words... That word, continue, being the most important one in that sentence. But I don't think 98% of French boats have been permitted to continue to fish because only... Well, I've got the detailed files here. Only 16 out of 47 applications to operate in the UK's coastal waters. That's not 98%. And 55 boats applying to fish in the waters off Jersey have been turned down. That doesn't sound like 98% either. Other than that, it's completely accurate in every way, shape and form. This says, could the French not put a lick of paint on that rust bucket boat while it sits idle? It does look like it needs a little bit of a spruce up, yeah. Fulham, hello, Martin.
Oh, hi, Nick. Thanks for taking my call.
Martin.
So as for these 87 vehicles, I wouldn't be surprised if many of those people in those cars were just expats and friends of the diplomatic corps, American diplomatic corps in Italy and thereabouts, who just wanted an opportunity to be near the Pope without the usual scrum of common people in the way.
Well, it seems a bit extreme to import 85 cars from America.
Yeah, I know. So that's probably not what happened. Those cars were already somewhere in that part of the world anyway, for the diplomatic service of America and their friends and their chums who had given the excuse to be near the Pope,
right,
and glow and bask in his holy glow.
Yeah. Right.
And to put this in proportion, I remember about, doesn't matter when, it happened to be a few weeks ago, I was by the M4, and when there was absolutely nobody famous in the political world, globally speaking, happened to have to go out to Heathrow Airport by the appearance of things, and I lost count of the number of cars there were. There's a car containing the VIP, and then whoever the VIP had to face-to-face with, and then there's protection, and no end of... police motorbikes with their drivers getting off their bikes, just whistling everyone left, right and centre just to ignore what the traffic lights were saying.
Yes.
So that a relative nobody could get out there escorted by, as part of, 12, oddly dozen-odd cars, vehicles. Forgetting the motorbikes, just about a dozen. I just ran out of it. I just couldn't believe my eyes. And ears.
Well, so who was the VIP?
I don't know, because it wasn't to do with anything that happened. There was no news of somebody that important.
Right.
Obviously a country leader or somebody very high up and important in a huge country. They weren't having a secret meeting with. You can't keep that secret if something like that turns up and has to go to Downing Street or go to Buckingham Palace or whatever. No, this happened about sort of night time.
And it was on the M4.
M4 by just east of Hammersmith Broadway.
Well, I have an idea who that might have been, because a motorcade of the description that you have just illustrated for us there, Martin, sped by me, and I was stopped by motorcycle outriders on the elevated section of the M4 by Hammersmith, and it was Her Majesty the Queen going by the way, in a 70-mile-an-hour stretch at way over 100. She was speeding like she was being propelled along by a jet plane.
Yeah, well, the poor girl hasn't got long to live, so every second counts.
Neither do any of us, Martin. Every moment counts, absolutely. Take every one as it comes and make the most of each and every second. Or you could just sleep through it. Thanks a lot, Martin. 0345 6060 973. There's an update to that thing that confused me a little while ago. I've got rid of it, and I can't remember the exact wording, but it was something of the order of a bloke goes into a bakery and says, "Is that a donut or a meringue?" And I was instructed to say it in a Scottish accent. Well, the explanation, and it mystified me, and the explanation has just come in, and I can't believe that I haven't figured this out. I feel so stupid. No, Nick, you're not stupid. It could have happened to anybody. Why do you beat yourself up like that? Can I please get some help here? So, embarrassingly, for me particularly, because I grew up in Scotland, so I should have twigged this straight away. Bloke walks into a bakery. See, you're supposed to say it in a Scottish accent. Bloke walks into a bakery and says, "Is that a donut or a meringue?" In a Scottish accent sounds, "Is that a donut or a meringue?" As in, am I wrong? Talk about embarrassing. A meringue. Oh, painful. Stop with the jokes, people. I mean it. This text says, "Do we get an extra hour of you tomorrow night?" No. Also, I love the clock change. It means I can put the kids down at 5:30 and they are none the wiser. Hashtag winning. So, France has been accused of breaking the Brexit deal. Not the Brexit deal that we've broken already and wanted to rip up as soon as we signed it. Not that precious Brexit deal. Oh, no. And Greta Thunberg has arrived in Glasgow by train. Presumably it was a train run on fairy dust. Well, got on a train run by electricity, did she? Yes. Run by diesel, was it? Yes. Push her out to sea, let her drown. So I don't normally do weather 2 days in a row, but there is a lot of it about, and it's mostly outside. Britain is braced for more life-threatening floods and strong winds this weekend after an inch of rain is set to fall in the northwest after torrential downpours caused sewers to overflow into the streets.
Disgusting.
It's a good job that privatised water companies haven't been prioritising profits for shareholders and executives over fixing the ageing infrastructure that they were gifted by the Conservative government when they wrote off all the debts before flogging them off, because that would be scandalous. Residents were warned to be careful of dangerous, fast-flowing and deep floodwaters after 16 inches of rain fell in Cumbria since Wednesday morning, with a foot falling in the first day and a half. Blimey. You're kidding me. A foot of rain. How is that even possible? don't kids ask me to translate it into European surrender measurements. It's a foot, British measurements. Some things should be measured in inches and feet, and rain is one of them. Snow is another. That's it. Very, very difficult Welsh word coming up. A landslide following torrential rain this morning also led to police shutting a road in the beauty spot village of Nevin in Gwynedd. Hey, bet I got that right. Welsh people, would you like to buy a vowel?
No.
Amidst the flooding, 14 sites across or along the coast in the region this week have seen sewage overflows. This is according to data released by the campaign Surfers Against Sewage, or, as I like to call them, Dudes Against Doo-Doos. If you go down to surf today, you're in for a big surprise. Don't get any on you. Locals in the Lake District village of Staveley told the Super Soaraway Mirror that raw sewage was bubbling up and erupting into the streets from overflow drains. Wow. Into the streets.
Emergency, everybody to get from street. Emergency, everybody to get from street.
Meanwhile, more heavy rain is expected, falling on already saturated ground in some parts, and I sincerely hope that your parts remain unaffected. The Environment Agency said... They said in England, as of this morning, there are 8 flood warnings in place and 51 flood alerts. And you know what the difference between a warning and an alert is? I actually have that information right here. A flood warning is that flooding is expected, as in...
Warning, warning!
A flood alert means that flooding remains likely. Well, that's not really any clearer, is it? Is expected or remains likely? I mean, the dividing line between the two, pretty thin, I'd say. About a couple of feet. It follows the government climbing down over legal controls against dumping raw sewage into waterways following a backlash. It's a rare moment that even his most ardent cult fans said that Bodger had gone too far. What was it that did it for you, people? Was it the fast-flowing rivers of poop sweeping through your living rooms that made you say no? Was it a brown line in the sand beyond which you were not prepared to go?
Yes.
The House of Lords backed by 213 votes to 60 a proposal to place a new legal duty on water companies to take all reasonable steps to prevent sewage discharges, which means that 60 of our unelected bureaucrats that run this country thought that it was just peachy to have raw sewage in our waters. Presumably, as long as it wasn't anywhere near their land. This enabled the bill to be sent back to the Commons, where the government will table its own amendment to put a legal duty on utility firms to, quotes, secure a progressive reduction in the adverse impacts of discharges from storm overflows, which is so weak and vague it's totally meaningless, almost as though that was the intention. Bodge?
I can't comment on that.
Blah, blah, blah. Louise Edmondson, a mother of 5 who moved to Staveley in 2015, said, each time it rains, sewage bubbles out of the drains. It's disgusting. Excellent use of the word bubbles there, I think. I'm never going to think of anything that bubbles in the same way again. She said the manhole is close to a footbridge that leads over the river to a playground.
Oh, no.
Yes. She says we have to stop young children from playing in the sewage. No mud pies for you, little Johnny. Paul Hancock, the manager of the Waterage Inn in Ambleside, which backs onto Lake Windermere in the Lake District, said he believes that the lake has raw sewage in it. Lake Windermere, one of the biggest tourist draws and most stunningly beautiful areas that this country possesses, is a toilet. Literally. Yesterday, an Environment Agency boss warned Brits not to risk swimming in the country's rivers. So you can look at it, just don't get any on you. John Leyland, the agency's chief of staff, insisted that rivers were, quotes, not there for human swimming, and were instead for the wildlife and the fish that live within them, or die within them, poisoned to death by our effluent. Almost as though he is suggesting that the Conservative Party has gifted us our rivers.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. We'll read the small print about what we're supposed to do with them. Like it's a present. The stuff that's going on is just absolutely mind-boggling. It's making my mind bubble. Data released by the Environment Agency shows that water companies dumped raw sewage into England's rivers and seas more than... Now, I did mention this number yesterday. If you haven't heard the actual number, then sit down, or at the very least, grip onto something firm. The Environment Agency said that water companies dumped raw sewage into England's rivers and seas more than 400,000 times last year. What? 400,000 times raw sewage. God, it's like living back in the Dark Ages. Why don't we just go in a bucket and chuck it out the window? Here's a fun fact. In Scotland, as we learned yesterday on this show, I mean, some people knew this already. I didn't. It is an education, this show, every now and again.
Affirmative.
Yeah, every now and again. Fun fact, in Scotland, the water has not been sold off to profit-hungry ghouls. And in Scotland, Scottish Water has invested over a third more per household than the for-profit English firms. Huh. And they've charged the bill payers 14% less. Perhaps because they didn't pay out £2 billion a year to investors. Honestly, sometimes I don't know why Scotland puts up with us. In Scotland, the directors did not feel so utterly pleased with their own performance in running water companies that they awarded themselves £2.4 million a year in salaries. As is the case with some English water companies. £2.4 million a year in salaries to run a company that's partly responsible for dumping raw sewage into England's rivers and seas more than 400,000 times last year. £2.4 million for that. Seriously, what kind of stupid country sells off its water? What kind of political party would allow it, Bodge? Who would have expected that a commercial company would have acted any other way than to minimise outgoings, load the business with debt, and pay the money borrowed to shareholders and the people in the big offices? Because that's what businesses do. And it's okay if they're selling food or clothes, because we can always not shop with them. But you can't do that with water. If the Conservatives could find a way to sell our air, they'd have done it already. And have told us that it's good for us. They'd have said that's what the British people want. It's the patriotic thing to do. And if we don't like it, we always have the option of not breathing. And in a wonderful coincidence, while sewage is bubbling out of drains and tidal waves of effluent surge through the streets and homes, world leaders head to the COP26 climate change conference in Glasgow, which is partly underwater. And if that doesn't focus their minds, nothing will. Which means that nothing will. Even Arnold Schwarzenegger said this week that we should save the planet, and he's an actual Terminator.
Correct.
Last year was the 6th wettest year for the UK ever. February 2020 was the wettest on record. October the 3rd, 2020, was the UK's wettest day on record, with enough rain falling across the country to fill Loch Ness.
What?
That's a true fact. I mean, this all seems to be a warning that the path we're on is not the right one, that it will soon be submerged and become a river if we don't do something about it. That path that we're on. And as we won't do anything about it except congratulate ourselves for sorting our plastic rubbish from our paper and taking a Hessian bag to the shops, we're going to need a bigger boat. This country's going down.
We were talking about drain issues and things like that.
Yeah.
To the person I spoke to previous to you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. There's serious drain issues. I'm in Cambridgeshire, Anglian Water. Can I name the water authority?
Well, you just did, so that's probably all we can hear from you. That's probably all we've got time for on that call. It depends what you're going to say. You're going to lavish them with praise?
Well, I'm going to say about every water authority in England and Wales in 2011 adopted all shared drains and all drains off their property. And I think as a drain person, an independent person, that's...
Oh, here we go with the mobile phones again. Oh, my God, will they ever make one that works as a phone?
Can you not hear me?
Oh, there you are. Yes. We lost you for a moment there. It sounded like you just climbed down into a drain. Go ahead.
Yeah, mate, my friend, I feel like I live in a train. In 2011, all drain companies in England and Wales adopted all shared drains and all drains off your property.
They adopted them?
They adopted them and they assumed ownership of those drains.
Right.
So for where I live, in an area which I live, which I'm not going to mention because I don't want to get cut off, that meant that they took hold of drains that had issues, whether they knew that they had issues or they didn't know that they had issues.
Yeah.
They didn't ask for a survey of those drains that they adopted.
Yeah. Why did they adopt them? They looked into their sad little lives and thought they could give them a better life?
Do you know what, Nick? I don't know. And it made me think at the time, should I stop dealing with drainage issues? If I can't deal with shared drains and drainage off people's land, will I still have a business?
Right. So I'm very confused. What is the point that you're trying to make?
What I'm trying to make is...
Shall I put you on hold?
Anything. they adopted these things, and they kind of, by doing so, it took ownership, and it's hidden things away from the people, if you like.
Well, the drains are a good place to do that.
But it certainly is, isn't it? Yeah. And we only see it at certain times.
Yeah, when it bubbles up.
It's gone, it's forgotten. So we see it like once a year, it becomes a big issue.
Yeah. Or it seems to be more than once a year. It seems to be like every other week we get reports of a year's worth. Years.
You're right. In a way, you're right.
Let's both shout at the same time, and then nobody can understand what we're saying. Go ahead.
Well, it's a person who works in drains. Since January this year, all the people that do the dig-out work for me have been doing is dealing with soakways and rain drainage. So, yeah, that's different.
Right. I'm still unsure as to what point it is you're trying to make.
Well, a lot of this problem is hidden. So, for instance, it's difficult without naming people. How can I say what I'm going to say?
Is it a bloke called Jeff?
Jeff? No, it's nobody
Not
called
Jeff
at all, Nick.
Dave?
Okay.
Sid?
So,
is it Sid?
Okay, Nick. So, a customer that I've had recently, I've had for the last year, and certainly since before January last year, they've had block drains since before then. But previous to that, a local pump station to them has broken down. Now, these pump stations that deal with sewerage, normally, from Victorian houses and normal houses, they might deal with maybe 300 litres a minute of water pumping through them. But when this rainfall comes through, it might go up to 1,300 litres a minute.
Right, highly unpredicted rainfall.
These pump stations then break down. Then another issue we've got is we've got Anglian water drainage going. We've got water authority drainage going into those drains.
Stephen, I think you've failed.
No,
I still have no idea what it is you're trying to say. Can you just sum it up in one sentence?
Sewage drains going into those drains. We've got water drains going into those
Right, so
drains.
no
You've
is the
then
answer
got
to that question.
What
You
I know
can't.
is like
There's a lot of water about, and it's mostly bubbling up, brown. I tried for as long as I could, Stephen, but I have no idea what it is you're trying to say, other than there's a lot of water about. Don't get any on your shoes. But anyway, thanks a lot, mate. He works in a drain. I prefer to work in an office. That's just me. This text says, "Oh, these are texts from last night." Okay, I'm wiping up the texts from last night. This says, the waxwork of Joe Biden is missing from Madame Tussauds. Has anybody seen it around? He doesn't look like he's made from wax. The person who looks like he's made from wax is that moon-faced creep who runs Facebook. That's the guy that looks like he's made from wax. Have you ever seen a waxier-looking person in your life? It's like he's never seen the outside. No, Joe Biden looks like he's made from parchment. It looks like somebody like origami'd him from ancient scrolls. Like he might burst into flame any moment. Terry texts, Mr. Abbott, spelt wrong. I have a theory as to why spiders are so blinking scary. Oh, this is I was talking last night about sitting in a pub next to one of their Halloween displays, and it had, like spiders' webs and so on, like you do. But it also had little black spiders in it. And I knew that they were plastic, but it still didn't prevent a sort of an ingrained response within me wanting to back away from them. Of course, a libation came to my rescue. Booze. And I forgot about it. Anyway, she says, their legs are the shape of angry-shaped eyebrows. So when you see that furry spider running with its 8 angry legs across the sitting room carpet towards you, it can only mean one thing, that it wants to inject you with venom, wrap you up in a web, and eat you at a later date. No, Terry, that's the alien monster, which mostly comes out at night. Mostly. Andy texts, Nick, first time in history alcohol is cheaper than petrol, so just drink, don't drive. Or you could do what Prince Charles does. As his Aston Martin running on wine, if you can believe that. I'll get to him in a minute. Jake tweets, I'll get to you in a minute, Chaz. Don't you worry about that. Jake tweets, when my wife complains about your show, I just tell her, leave him alone. He's doing his best. Sue says, it was 85 cars. This is Joe Biden, Uncle Joe's motorcade. 85 cars. Quite a few people texted me saying this. It was 85 cars because of COVID. Maximum of only 3 people are allowed in each car. Well, that's ridiculous. You think that 3 people aren't going to... if you only have 3 people in a car, they're not going to catch it off each other? It's a car. How big are these cars? I mean, I know they're American cars, but they're not that big. Pat tweets, why can't we ask the fish what they want? To be cooked in a nice French wine and consumed over a 5-course fine dining experience, or battered, riddled with grease, and shoveled away by Big John on his way home after 10 pints at the Working Man's Club. It does seem like a cruel and unusual punishment. Once you execute a fish to do what we do with it. I mean, no, the taste of no fish will survive that. You ain't tasting fish, you're tasting 3-day-old chip fat. Do you want sauce with that? Available in Embra. Gordon texts, what are the chances, Nick, of President Biden, A, being caught drinking iron brew, and B, using the word fan-dabby-dozy before COP26 is over? High, I would say, says Gordon. I think he'll probably be necking the bucky. Have you seen the price lately?
What?
Exactly. Thanks a lot. Texts. This is another one from last night. The world leaders are gathering to discuss climate change. Has anyone worked out how much emissions have been created to have this chinwag? Why couldn't they use Zoom and all stay at home? Not only reducing the carbon footprint, but also just how much is the security costing us? Lynn, if you have to ask, you can't afford it. Paul tweets, hi Nick, in China, They only have one time zone. So in Beijing, it's 6 a.m., and 3,000 miles away, it's 6 a.m., but midnight. That can't be true. I don't believe you. Wrong. Incorrect. Can't be true. And Steve says, you can be thankful in the UK you do not have huntsman spiders. These spiders are ubiquitous in Australia. Our house is always on red alert at the sighting of one of these spiders until the issue has been resolved to death. All spiders and clothes moths must be executed on site, no exceptions. Concert, Sean.
Nick, I want you to get me head round it. Like I'm going to lolly, mate.
Mm-hmm.
What is the environment got to do with meat?
What's
why
the environment?
Why are they going to put a tax on meat for the environment?
I have a theory about that.
Isn't it the rockets and the millionaires that's going up in space to see the clangers?
Well, that doesn't help. And once they get there, they wouldn't understand a word that the clangers are saying anyway. Why are they bothering?
Soup dragon. But I just kind of get my head wrong. Get these vegetarians on the phone and tell us what's eating meat got to do with the planet. Like.
Right, I will do that straight away. Thanks a lot, Sean.
Thanks, mate.
Yeah, get some vegetarians on the phone right now. I mean it. I think it's about. You know when we left the European Union. Do you remember the European Union? Yes, that's them. They used to send an enormous amount of money to farmers for the upkeep of their business because it's very important to produce, a significant amount of food in the place that you live, rather than buying it from Australia. Which, in order to save the planet, that's what we're doing. I mean, the whole world's gone insane. Well, they were farmer persons, that the government was going to replicate all of the money that the EU sent, as indeed they promised, places in Wales and Cornwall and all the rest of it that were in receipt of vast amounts of EU money, because they were, they were poorer than the rest of the country. And the EU was sending the money because conservative governments had serially failed to pay attention to their plight. Well, in order to get Brexit done, to get us to vote for that, the government insisted that don't worry about a thing. We're going to replicate the money. You won't lose a penny. Anybody believe that? Well, here comes the news. Now, I'm joining the dots here, reading between the lines. But I betcha, that's what this is about. New meat taxes appear to have been backed by the Environment Secretary ahead of the COP26 climate change talks. The what now? The idea could see the cost of meat rise.
Oh, no.
This comes as George Useless said that the UK would need to introduce carbon taxes in future. Oh, my God, is there anything they're not going to tax us about? But farmers have warned if the same does not happen in other countries, British farmers would face going out of business. It almost seems as though that's the plan. If the plan is to send Great Britain out of business, then things appear to be going very well. If the plan is to keep Britain in business, then they couldn't be doing worse. George Useless said the changes to the £3.5 billion subsidy given out by the EU for farmers would be altered to ensure they are incentivised to produce food that's more environmentally friendly. Altered, I would guess, as in cancelled. You know that £3.5 billion that farmers are using to just stay afloat? Yeah, I wouldn't rely on that too long. Still, when you voted for Brexit, I suppose you knew what you were voting for. That's what I've heard over and over and over again. Jordan emails, my W.H. Smith diary says for Sunday, British summertime ends, brackets, if observed, thus suggesting it was considering being dropped. Well, it's been considering being dropped for as long as I can remember. When we talk about this at this time of year, every blooming year, over and over and over again, and nothing ever happens. And I maintain that nothing happens, despite the fact that the vast majority of the public would like to see lighter evenings. I'm utterly convinced of that. Nothing ever happens because to do nothing would mean that no politician would get it in the neck from a newspaper if something happened because of it. Like there's bound to be a crash because there are crashes all the time. And a newspaper will say, aha, that crash followed you changing the point at which the clocks go back. Therefore, you personally are responsible, Minister. What do you have to say for yourself? So they want to avoid that. So better to do nothing because they won't get blamed. I think it's probably it. Painful. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
Tony says, as President Biden has 85 vehicles, I was wondering if he gets them in order, does he get extra points?
If you get it in order, you get extra points.
You get extra points if you get it in order. Let's have Streatham. Hello, John.
Oh, hello, Nick. Hi.
John.
How are you?
Good, thanks.
I thought I'd call you on the fun Saturday show because my calls on a Sunday show to you are quite depressing about jails and murder and stuff.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Forthcoming attractions. Thanks.
No, I'll talk about fun stuff today. So the climate emergency and Greta Thunberg, I agree with, you know that phrase, I agree with Nick? It used to be a thing about Nick Clegg. Yeah. I agree with James O'Brien. He said, and I quote, that Greta Thunberg is a modern-day prophet. And I agree. I think she's one in a million. She's one of these people that I've only been tearful at 3 public events. One is I watched a live cast of her speech. 2 is when I was taken to an Ed Sheeran concert. Eh?
Yeah, that would make me cry too. Well, against your wishes, you were dragged there, kicking and screaming. No, I don't want to go.
And the third one, I know you really won't like the third one, I know, because I know your views on him, but I did wait. It's not Uncle Nigel.
See, again with the phones, what is happening on this show? Lean out the window.
Is it any better?
That's better.
And I waited 8 hours to see Michael Jackson's last appearance at the O2 in 2009.
Right.
So I think she's a modern-day prophet. I've opened the window. But I also think the environment is probably not as important as this. Have you heard of this? Have you seen the videos about the metaverse that is going to be the new thing?
Oh, that waxy dope who's dribbling on about you'll never have to leave your bedroom again. That?
Well, I mean, you say waxy dope, but if you think about what's happened with Teams, Zoom, I don't know that Facebook own WhatsApp. They own Instagram. They own Facebook, obviously.
John, they probably own Streatham.
Well, yeah, I mean, it wouldn't cost much, the way things are going, but he terrified me. It genuinely, it made me, I almost had like an aha moment when I watched his metaverse videos today, because, you know, some of the nuttier commentators, including someone on your station, I won't mention any names, they talk about, the big state, it's, big tech, they're sort of overbearing, they're enveloping us. Russell Brand says this as well, someone else I saw live in concert in 2016. And I think it's going to be terrifying. And some of the smartest people I know, they've deleted WhatsApp. They've deleted Facebook, because all of my political opinions and views and everything, they're all online. I upload pictures of food.
It's all going on your permanent record.
Oh, no.
Stay with you forever.
But this metaverse, it's what it is for those.
Okay, so tell me. I mean, as far as I could tell, and I gave it about 10 seconds because it just looked like that waxy dope was standing in a room looking at a cartoon image of himself, which I think that sounds perfect. It sums him up totally.
Which was more, some of the comments said the cartoon image is more human than the actual guy.
Right.
But it will be that you put on AI headset,
right,
and you can do everything online and not leave your home. Now, if it was one of your regular callers, I mean, no offence, but if it was one of your regular callers saying stuff like this, I'd just laugh it off and change the channel. But
well, exactly how different is that from what we've got now? Because everybody walks around staring at their phones. It drives me to distraction. I just can't stand it. I every time I go to the gym, it's just, I go insane with fury. I want to kill people, but you're not allowed to because of the European Union. They sit on machines staring at their phone, and it'll be the only machine of its type in the gym. And so, there's like a queue of people who want to get on it, and like 10 minutes go by, and they'll still be staring at their phones, doing their vitally important phone business with their fingers waggling over the screen. And you say, are you going to be long? Have you got any many more sets to do? And they'll just look up for a moment and go, yeah, I've got like 2 sets. And then they go back to staring at their phone again, like I'm standing there. I mean, really, if the stuff you see when you've left the house without your gun.
It'll be worse. It will become like this fourth dimension. And I watched his videos back to back, and then before calling you, I started watching a Clinton interview from 2004, and I thought, when we had great political leaders. I'm not a big believer that Biden and Hillary Clinton are sort of much better than Trump. They're a bit better, but not much better.
Kidding.
No, come on, no. I know I'm going to anger you now. And don't even ask me how I voted on recent referendum and elections, but I don't want to fall out with you. But no, I'm just saying that I think Clinton's another one who, had he died about 20 years ago, it would have been much better for his image. But now he's just become creepy and old and all of this. But, I'm a fan.
Well, if everybody died when they were 20, then they'll always be beautiful. Don't forget that. Yeah. Right. It's nothing to worry about, John. The future that you have just described is here already. It's here. What the waxy creep who runs Facebook, he was just talking about, instead of looking at your phone, you look through Google or Facebook at the world rather than look at your phone. You look through glasses at the world, at which point we will be totally screwed because people will take to it instantaneously. They will give up everything for a small convenience. We know that that's true because we've done it already. And then we look around and wonder where everything that we used to like went. Well, we killed it, is what happened. Like the high street, for instance. And all of that stuff, it's just a progression of what we got. Instead of looking at your phone, you'll look through your phone, which will be a pair of glasses. How is that better? Metaverse. Have you ever heard anything so ridiculous in your life? 0345 6060 973. I mean, the only part that I actually heard, not remotely interested, was you will be able to talk to somebody and receive your emails at the same time, but they won't know that you're reading your emails instead of paying attention to them. How is that better? How is that better for humankind?
It can only be attributable to human error.
Doncaster. Hello, Colin.
Hello, Nick. You asked for a vegetarian?
Oh, yes.
I'm a vegetarian.
And how's that working out for you?
It's all right.
It's all right. Right.
So how does it impact on the environment? Well, cows require grass, yeah?
Cows?
Yes.
Yes.
And other farmyard animals as such that the meat eaters consume.
Yeah.
They also require water, and quite a lot of it, because some of them are quite large, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Big fat cows. Yeah.
One runs the country. And so therefore they require lots of water. And that's what it's got to do with the environment. They consume lots of water. 1 kilogram of beef is 15,200 litres of water, apparently.
Wow.
Requires in order to produce. So for the chap who asked you, that's the answer.
Woo! Oh, that was absolutely spectacular. I need a cigarette and a lie down. Oh, how was that for you, Colin?
Inspirational.
Yeah, no, you're right about that whole water thing. They also take an enormous amount of land. It's a very, very inefficient way to get food. Correct.
correct, yeah.
I feel like I've done my bit, though, because I was a vegetarian for over 20 years. I mean, I did eat fish,
Yeah.
but fish are vegetables, aren't they? I think so.
Yeah,
I think
if you want to look at it that way, but
I think so,
yeah, definitely not, though.
Yeah, they probably are, yeah. I'll look it up later. All right, excellent work. Thanks a lot, Colin. 0345 6060 973. Stu texts, Cumbria here. In 2015, we had 48 centimetres. That's 1.5 foot of rain in 30 hours. 1,300 bridges were damaged and deemed unusable. 1,300? He says, I parked my vehicle at the top of a fell road near Windermere and I watched water oozing out of the ground, even at that height. Advice from the Shadow Environment Secretary was, quotes, they should invest in more bridges and shouldn't have tarmacked over their driveways and invested in flood defences. Useful advice. Thanks for that. We built flood defences after the 2009 floods. It was raining inside the flood defences. They didn't think of that. They should have built a flood defence and a roof. Idiots. They need constant supervision. Wanstead, hello, Sophie.
Hi, Nick. How are you?
I'm great, mate.
Sorry. I'm a vegetarian too.
Right.
I feel like that man who stands up and says, I'm Spartacus. But I'm a vegetarian. But the one thing that's always struck me as odd is people who are so passionate about pets and how we're a nation of animal lovers, and then they have a piece of beef practically mooing on the plate.
Oh.
And this... No, it's true.
Well, they don't keep cows as pets.
No, I know, but they're animals.
Yeah, but you said pet, but like I don't think we are a nation of animal lovers. I think we're quite cruel to animals. We just like to persuade ourselves that we're kind to animals because we stroke our cats and we pet our dogs. Mostly. Some people are really, really cruel to even their pets. But the reason that I say that I don't believe that we're a nation of animal lovers is because of the animal products that we buy. If you wanted to ensure that the animals concerned had some small degree of a better life before they were executed for your dinner, then you buy organic. You buy more expensive and less of it. But we don't. Not remotely interested, and I know, and the truth of that is in the amount of shelf space that supermarkets give organic food.
Nick, people are never going to do that. If we've got to the stage where people are ordering fast food on bikes, we're beyond all help, really, because I just think that people are, they don't see the end game, and I think we're guests on this planet, and I think that animals are here first. I'm not militant, but I do think we need to be less selfish and live in concert with all the creatures and just respect
even the
planet.
ones that are tasty.
No, and there's no nice way to kill an animal. I'm sorry to.
Even the ones that had the most pleasant life, you can't actually laugh them to death. You have to use a stronger method. Yeah.
Exactly.
But you know what? The animals weren't here first. Microbes were here first. So maybe we should give the Earth back to microbes, the primordial ooze.
But if we believe in the theory of evolution, they wish it all started off as amoeba or microbes, so they're all animals at some level. But I just think the vegetarianism is the way to go. And I know that there are lots of... the other thing I really object to is calling... substitute meat products by the names that the meat product is, like sausage or Phillips
or bacon, fake bacon.
I don't want to be reminded.
That's kind of mystifying, really. But the manufacturers do that because they are aiming their products at people who would have bought meat. I'm pretty sure that's the reason why. Edward texts, the likelihood of raw sewage seeping out of street gullies in Hampstead is unlikely because most of them haven't been emptied in a decade and are filled with grit and composted leaves to the surface. Okay, if you say so. Francis tweets, the French are just rescuing the fish from English sewage. Yeah. when they read our paper, when our papers are translated for them, and they find out what's in our waters, they'll spin around and hot-foot it.
Disgusting.
Awful. And by the way, as far as I'm aware, that letter that was leaked did not say that the French wanted us to suffer for leaving the European Union. That was a mistranslation, and I am surprised at John Rentoul repeating that. I think it was actually that they said that we shouldn't be able to get away with anything we blooming well like, whether we've signed an agreement to the contrary or not. Ricky tweets, "Hey, Ricky, you're so fine, Ricky." He says, "Don't give Bodger and Fishy any ideas. They might reintroduce the window tax." Yeah. Carnforth. Hello, Annie.
Hello, Nick.
Annie.
I wasn't going to ring up about. Didn't ring up about this, but I have to agree with you. I don't think we are a nation of animal lovers, or even a lot of us pet lovers. You know, because all these pets that people have bought, dogs particularly, during lockdown, now they've just ditched them all. They're all in shelter. Well, not all of them, but a lot of them are in shelters now.
Chucking them away.
Yeah. They're just, you think of them as toys, really, entertainment.
Yep, entertainment. Exactly right. Yeah.
Yeah, drives me mad.
I'm bored.
Yeah, we'll get rid of that now. And actually, I'll mention it while I'm on. Last Wednesday was National Black Cat Day.
What?
Is Cats Protection have National Black Cat Day, where they encourage, they'll have lots of events and things to encourage people to adopt black and white cats.
Now, wait a minute.
Always the one.
No, hang on. There's a reason behind this. Now, I know that you know, but people sitting at home might not know this. Now, I did not know that they had a Black Cat Day. That's a good idea. Now, the reason... Now, you might want to sit down. If you're not aware of why there is a problem with black cats, you're not going to like it. The reason that people don't buy or want or throw away black cats is because they don't show up in selfies. It just looks like a shadow. That's the reason they don't like them, because they can't put them on Instagram. How pathetic is that?
I think that's terrible, but I'm sure it's not just that, actually, because I think it's been a problem for a while. But, yeah, I don't know why people don't like black cats, because actually they're meant to be lucky if a black cat crosses your path. It's
now, is it lucky or is it unlucky? Because I think it's been told to me as both.
Well, I like to think it's lucky.
Right.
But anyway, that wasn't what I rang you up about. I rang you up about sewage bubbling up out of the... bubbling up outside our back door. We only live about half an hour away from Staveley, and we have the same water company, which shall remain nameless, as they do. And yeah, we had trouble. We've had trouble a few times with our drains, and it wasn't too bad. I could get the local plumber to fix it. And then one day I just looked out of the back door, and there was literally a sea of sewage outside the back door, bubbling out of the manhole, because it had rained solidly for about 24 hours. So I got one of those drain men sort of companies to come and rod it and everything. And he just said, "This is not on your property. You need to ring said company, water company." So I did. And they said, well, we could come in 3 days. I said, "No, you can't. No, this can't wait. We can't get out of the back door." And I said, "Not only that, it's going right down the side of the house and just about to go around under our side gate." And I said, "We're both housebound and disabled, and we have carers." And I said, "They won't be able to get to the key safe, so then we'll starve and die of thirst." So I said, "You have to come out today." So then they did send somebody out, and they said, "Oh, yes, it's not on your property." And apparently it was because the sewer on the road above us was blocked. And when you get so much water coming down, because the sewer was it wasn't completely blocked, it was partially blocked, but when there's such a mass of water coming down, it just all goes down to the lowest point, which was us. So they did fix it and everything, but apparently the CEO of our water company earns more money than any CEO of any other water company in the country.
It's probably £2.4 million a year.
Yes, it was a great amount. It was really a great amount of money. And also we have trouble with the water pipes because not just the sewers, but the water pipes for our water, because the pipes are so old that every now and again they're springing a leak, and then we have our water turned off for hours on end. And that's happened quite a few times since we've lived here. But they don't change the pipes. They just come and fix the holes every now and again.
Yeah,
they don't change the whole pipe, even though it's knackered and old.
Of course not, because that would cost money, and they don't want to spend money on... they don't want to fritter it away on infrastructure. They want to pay it to executives and shareholders. Much better.
Exactly. So this is why it should never, ever have been privatised. None of these utilities should be privatised. It's outrageous. It really is.
What kind of stupid country would privatise its own water supply?
Madness.
Yeah.
Complete madness.
All right. Thanks a lot, Annie. You're going to need a bigger boat.
Yes.
Thanks for that. 0345 6060 973. Maybe you invest in a lilo. It's just amazing. I mean, who could have predicted that selling our water supplies would be a bad idea? Thanks a lot, Maggie. Maggie Thatcher for you. No! Thanks a lot, Maggie. Good work. A lot of people made a lot of money out of that. Something of the order of £57 billion has been doled out.
What?
57 billion. And it's even worse than that, because when we sold off our water supplies, Margaret Thatcher cancelled the debt on those companies, thereby gifting private enterprise essentially a massive amount of public money right off the bat before they even started to, coin it in. All of the infrastructure work that has been done has been paid for by us. We've paid for that through our bills. The money that they've doled out to themselves was borrowed on the assets that they got from us. They've just leveraged it. They've just piled the debt onto these corporations and awarded that money that they borrowed to themselves as a reward for excellent work in being them. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
I can't believe it. This text says, what's the human race going to do when the sun burns out? Which will happen. I mean, we're all doomed anyway. We might as well enjoy it. Well, yeah, that's a good point, yeah. I mean, what's the point in trying to save this planet? Because in, a couple of 100 million years, it's going to all explode.
Oh, no.
Matthew says, the point Stephen is making is that his point has been very carefully hidden. I've got no idea who Stephen is, but you're probably right in every way, shape and form. Let's have, who's been waiting the longest, to be totally fair about this, Maidenhead, Paul.
Hello?
Paul.
Hi.
Yes, Paul.
Hold on, let me turn the...
Oh, sure, take all the time you need, Paul.
Yeah.
It's a live show. Go ahead.
No, I know I'm live. Thanks for taking the call. It was what you were saying earlier about these stupid devices that everyone's looking at. And I have realised...
phones, right.
Phones. So what I'd like to make a point about is if you can remember the internet when it first started in the early 90s, early 2000s, it was quite good because there was no social media then. Everyone was like sharing things they found out, anything from recipes to geography and
music, sharing their music collection online, stealing it.
All of that.
Essentially.
That was the beginning of the end for that. Yeah, that's another story, isn't it? But then 2006, 7, 8, when MySpace and then Facebook started, then it all got nasty and everyone started having a go at each other. And then it just poisoned the internet. And so the reason why that's happened is because then everything becomes subjective. People only look on the threads they want to look at to verify their own beliefs. So it's all subjective. They don't look at anything objectively, so they've got no balance of life. And then when they look up from their screens and see the real world, they think, oh, what's going on here? So they have to go back and look at their screen again to find out what's going on in the real world. Because there's bound to be an app or there's bound to be a Google map to tell them what's going on.
They are essentially evil. The social media companies are essentially evil, in my opinion, because they manufacture their product to be as addictive as possible, with great success. People can't take their faces out of their phones. They just can't do it.
I don't do any of it myself. I unplugged like a bit of a while ago. I mean, emails, and obviously I've got internet on my phone and smartphone and everything, but social media, not at all. But it's just everyone's having a go at each other.
Those smartphones are making us stupid.
Well, it also makes people evil, doesn't it? I mean, you're not going to meet half these people you're arguing with, and you spend your whole life throwing these words in the air that you got, which don't really make any point into the whole sequence of life.
It's also this sort of feedback loop of this sort of serotonin hits. Every time your phone goes ping or bong, all those noises that it made. All of that. Every time you're looking and you look away for a moment, and then it goes ping, and then you look back and you look at how many likes your last post had, and all of that serotonin that just keeps squirting around your brain. It's addictive.
So these people actually love it when they hear the bong and the bing. God, when I hear it, I think, oh no.
Oh no, that's the issue of it. It's people have paid attention to me. Me. I mean, you might be posting messages for other people to read, but it's actually all about me, and it's very, very. It sort of creeps up on you. I admit that I have a problem with Twitter because I spend all morning on it.
A lot of people, I don't know, because I've never been on it, but a lot of people are saying that they've unplugged from that now because it's just too abusive.
Well,
is that true?
It depends. I don't know about abusive, but it's well, it is abusive, but that's up to you whether you join in that game or not.
Yeah. Of course,
I don't really, but what I do find is that every morning, pretty much the entire morning goes. And I look up and it's 12 o'clock and I've done nothing but sit on Twitter all day. So, and I kept saying this to people, and then it just sort of hit me like a gong. I actually do have a problem and I should do something about it. I've tried. This last week, maybe the week before, I've tried to restrict myself to 10 minutes. And I was very good for the first couple of days, but then I started to slip again. So I'm going to have to, I'm going to be very strict with myself. Or I'll see myself later, after class. But people should do that. If not unplug completely, then try to wean yourself off it a bit. Set yourself limits. Set yourself limits, Paul. Promise me you'll do it.
Well, I don't do it anyway.
Right. Perfect. That's an excellent start.
I just use YouTube and Google, and I don't get involved even in conversations on YouTube. There's no point. It's nice to read what other people say. That really fries my brain, and I wonder about the whole planet in general when I read some of the comments.
Yeah, I am slightly addicted to the messages underneath news stories in the mail. It does. It alarms me. I'll be honest. All right, Hereford, Andrea.
Hi, Nick.
Andrea.
Hello. Yes, I called my pug, Boris. I got him in lockdown. What? And Boris was in hospital, and I thought, well, I wouldn't like him to die. He's having a baby, and...
Oh, we were talking about the pug or the PM?
No, Boris.
Right.
So yeah, he's adorable, and I...
Are we talking about the pug or the PM?
The pug now.
Right, okay.
Pug is beautiful.
Well, and, what kind of a dog is it? Is a pug the actual...
Is that a pug.
Right, what's that look like?
Chinese-looking gremlin thing.
Well, that's not beautiful. That's horrible.
Well, it is to me.
Pug. Wait a minute. I'm just going to look it up. One moment, please. Oh my God.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, not really.
No, but my mother got rid of every dog. You'd come home after school, a year into owning one, and she'd have got rid of it.
Yeah.
So,
why has it got so many creases on its face?
Oh, they're lovely, and you have to clean. You have to get cotton wool and clean in those folds.
Oh God! Well, that doesn't seem like natural. Why? That seems like something that human beings have bred into it.
He's got a 16th Jack Russell, so he can breathe. Which...
yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, those things can't breathe. I mean, because we've all right. Well, it can because it's got a 16th Jack Russell in it. But like pure bred ones, I imagine they have those are the ones that wheeze a lot. You see them going along the pavement; they're just wheezing like that. They can barely breathe because we bred them to have short noses.
I know that is cruel, and obviously if you can crossbreed them. The other thing may I quickly talk about is trains.
Trains?
Yeah, like they're always cancelled, and it's really beginning to annoy me. Always cancelled, and I'd like to know why. When I go to a station, they always say it's cancelled. Yeah. A man's driven into a bridge, or we can't get a driver.
Mm-hmm. People on the line, leaves on the line, snow on the line, one sort of rain on the line. That's that sort of thing.
40 years ago, they came. You know, you got on a train and it arrived.
Mm-hmm. Well,
can't think of anything else.
It's probably been cancelled for your convenience, Andrea.
Not really.
not entirely satisfied. All right. Okay. I'll note down your complaint. Oh, and by the way,
stop whining.
Thanks a lot, Andrea. Tanya says we should have a refund on our water bill as they charge us sewage rates. Good point, Tanya. Leslie tweets, Prince Charles was always saying we only have a certain amount of time to address the climate change, and his deadlines come and go with no consequences to the world. Well, Chaz has been speaking about this very issue. Have you heard? Oh, I haven't got time to get it in before the news, but I'll take a call and I'll talk about that whole mess in a moment. Regent's Park, Vance.
Hi, Nick.
Vance.
Good evening. Nick, I'm really worried about the people who have been excluded from COP26.
Who?
Thousands of activists and environmental charities have not been allowed to attend, and the commonest reason they give is hostility from the Home Office towards those travelling from the global south, particularly Africa, with many visas already refused. And this has led to the accusation that this COP will be the whitest and most privileged ever.
Yeah.
In fact, Rachel Osgood of the COP26 coalition said thousands of people from the global south, representing tens of millions on the front line of the crisis, have been excluded. And this, Nick, is really, really serious.
It's a cop out. Those are the people that are going to suffer the most because of our rush for immediate gratification.
That's right, indeed. And it's members of these charities, volunteers, workers, and so forth, who are really on the front line and who see the damage that's being done and are trying to work against it. And if I may just take this for 90 more seconds. I saw this in the 1980s when AIDS erupted. I attended a WHO conference on AIDS in Paris in 1988 on behalf of a charity that I'd set up in Malaysia. And President Mitterrand hosted it, but his wife insisted on inviting as many AIDS charities as possible. And as a result, we were able to tell the world how we, not governments, were educating people in their communities on the prevention of the spread of HIV. It was we who brought the most practical ideas to that conference. And in fact, soon after I returned to Kuala Lumpur, our charity received a $40,000 check from WHO, thanking us for our input and urging us to keep up the good work. That's not going to happen from COP26. They're all governmental delegates. There are going to be virtually no charities there, especially from the global south. It's scandalous. It's a scandal, Nick.
Yeah, well, Boris Johnson insists that we are leading the world to help poorer countries to adapt to the climate emergency. He's promised more than £11 billion to help poorer countries. Unfortunately, that's not £11 billion of new money. That's £11 billion he's taken from the money that would have gone to those poorer countries anyway. But he's just it allows him to make an announcement that we've got all this new money, but it's not new money. He's taken it from their left hand and putting it in their right hand.
Yeah, indeed. Oh, I'm speechless.
All right, thanks a lot, Vance. I hope that your speech returns at some point in the future. This story, failure to provide fresh funding leaves the Prime Minister's claim to be leading the world on the environment in tatters. It also breaks a United Nations brokered agreement that the cash must be new and additional, with one person likening it to a bailiff leaving a bunch of flowers. Yeah, they take your house, but here's a bunch of flowers as compensation. The World Health Organization has already warned that hundreds of thousands of people will die of tropical diseases because of these cuts. But, they'll die somewhere else. So who cares, I think, is the attitude. And what the government does is, when they're questioned about this sort of stuff, and you see it so many times, ministers go out and they say, well, there's going to be 80% more of this and £4.3 billion more of that. And then the interviewer, if at all, which is very unlikely, they'll say, well, actually, that's not true. The look of stunned amazement on the faces of the minister in question, whoever's been wheeled out to, go around the shows that day, it just does not compute. Because they haven't learned a response to that. They've just learned a series of figures. I mean, did they love for coming out with numbers. And so what they do is they just go back to the beginning and start spouting out the same numbers again that they have just been told are false. No, Minister, you are lying about that. Liar! And their answer is to just repeat the lies, because that's what they've learned before they go on those shows. You see, it's so many times. I bet you, that tomorrow there'll be one minister, whoever it might be, and that's exactly what will happen. Usually the interviewers will let them get away with it because, it's like the Donald Trump method. Just hose people down with misinformation to give them so many lies that they just become subsumed with it. It's like a tidal wave of mendacity. And they can't refute it because you can't check somebody in real time. You go away later and look it up and say, oh, yeah, that was not right. In fact, everything that that person told me was a lie. But you can't refute it in real time because you haven't got a team for people looking their stuff up. But in the very seldom occasions when they do say, hang on a minute, no, that's not right, what they do is they just repeat the lie again, but louder. So that tweet that I just read, Leslie said that Prince Charles was always saying that we only have a certain amount of time to address climate change, and his deadlines come and go with no consequences to the world. Are you kidding me, Leslie? Look out the window. No consequences to the world. Well, anyway, his royal fabulousness is going to Rome to warn leaders at the G20 summit that the time for talking about climate crisis is over and action is needed now. And he's going to get there by driving his Aston Martin to the helicopter and then take the helicopter to the jet. And then in Rome, he'll take the helicopter from the jet and then go the rest of the way in a chauffeured limousine, with 86 of his liveried retinue accompanying him at all times, bearing aloft the royal cushion for his magisterial bottom. Just a skeleton staff. Immediate action is now crucial, he's going to say, including he's going to say this to the participants, including but not limited to President Joe Biden, and via video link, President Vlad the Insaner out of Russia and President Xi Jinping of China, who presumably will both have him on mute and will be watching relaxing videos of puppies being strangled on another screen. Never before has a member of any royal family been invited to speak to world leaders on such a prominent stage, and the invitation has been seen as a great honour because the royal family have dedicated their lives to being sustainable. He's going to say, we must now translate fine words into still finer action. His words echo those of his mother, who 2 weeks ago criticised world leaders' inaction on addressing the climate change crisis. The Queen was overheard saying, I've been hearing all about COP. I still don't know who's coming. No idea. It's really irritating when they talk, but they don't do. The Mail understands that both Charles and the Duke of Cambridge want to, quote, do the Queen proud and lead from the front in Glasgow next week. OK, quick question. Which one's the Duke of Cambridge? It's not you-know-who, is it? No! Not him, surely. We don't wish to hear from him again.
Correct.
Is it Wills, out of Wills and What's-It? The Duke of Cambridge? It can't be Hazza, out of Hazza and Sparkles, because she's still the Wicked Witch of the West. Cruella de Markle stole our precious. So the royal family are going to be rolling out the big guns, apparently. Prince Charles, I know who he is, the Duchess of Cornwall, and the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge attending. OK, which one's the Duchess of Cornwall? Is she one of the ones with the satellite dishes strapped to their heads at the wedding? I mean, there's so many of them. They've all got so many names and titles. It's hard for even a committed royalist such as myself to keep up.
Yeah.
And informed royal sources said that their shared determination to tackle the climate crisis has brought father and son closer than ever. Oh, please. They said their passion for environmental issues has given them a new shared sense of purpose, a royal source revealed. Do me a favour, they've got to be the most wasteful family on Earth. If we all lived like they do, we'd need another planet. We'd need another solar system. What are they talking about? So this was it, caught on microphone while attending the opening of the Welsh Parliament in Cardiff. The Queen said, "Extraordinary, isn't it? I've been hearing all about COP. I still don't know who's coming. No idea. We only know about the people who are not coming. It's really irritating when they talk but they don't do." Huh. This is the family who claim to be environmentally friendly. I mean, we are told that initiatives at Buckingham Palace and other royal residences include monitoring energy consumptions through a network of smart meters, installing energy-efficient LED lighting where possible, and using combined heat and power plants and boilers to convert natural gas into electricity. Very environmentally friendly. No. The royal family has about the same carbon footprint as an active volcano. There can't be another family on Earth that lives as extravagantly as they do. I mean, they actually had their places taken out of the eco-green law in Scotland. The Queen's lawyers secretly lobbied Scottish ministers to change a draft law to exempt her private land from a major initiative to cut carbon emissions. The exemption means that the Queen, one of the largest landowners in Scotland, is the only person in the country not required to facilitate the construction of pipelines to heat buildings using renewable energy. Her lawyers secured the dispensation from Scotland's government 5 months ago by exploiting an obscure parliamentary procedure known as the Queen's Consent, which gives the monarch advanced sight of legislation and the ability to change what she doesn't like. Truly, we have taken back control from unelected leaders. And the idea that the Queen and the royal family are eco-friendly is just preposterous. Even if you ignore them changing the law so that they don't have to comply with cutting carbon emissions. Here is a brief list of the Queen's residences. These are the ones supposedly owned by us. But that doesn't count for much when it's us that have to pay for them, but we're not allowed to use them. Buckingham Palace, Windsor Castle, the Palace of Holyrood House, Hillsborough Castle, Sandringham House, Balmoral Castle, Craigowen Lodge. I mean, that's just for the Queen. One person lives in 2 palaces, 3 castles, 2 houses and a lodge. And the lodge looks like a castle, and the houses look like palaces. Then, for her immediate family, there's a place I can't pronounce called, I'll give it a go, Llanwermod. Plus Clarence House, Highgrove House, Tamarisk House, Burke Hall, Kensington Palace, Anmer Hall, Frogmore Cottage, St James Palace, Gatcombe Park, the Royal Lodge, Ivy Cottage, Bagshot Park, Barnwell Manor, Wren House, Thatched House Lodge, and vast tracts of lands and outbuildings that go with them. There can't be another family on Earth that's as wasteful as the royal family. Each and every one of those places gets dusted, heated and secured to their precise specifications. But they get a pass because apparently the Queen once turned off a light when she left a ballroom. But it's probably against the law to say that. And I apologise.
I am very sorry that I screwed up. Totally I mean, I am so sorry. You just don't know how sorry I am. I'm sorry.
John emails, bad news. Everything's going up. Prices are going up. Taxes are going up. Inflation is going up. Interest rates are going up. So next year, most people are going to be a lot worse off. And things are likely to get even worse the year after. So what's the answer? Well, unfortunately, there isn't one. That's great. Leading us down that path, and there was nothing there. He says it's time to batten down the hatches and prepare for the worst. This ship's going down. Yeah, no doubt. I definitely thought there was going to be a solution at the end of that. Oh, well, never mind. We get nothing. Shirley says, Bodger keeps insisting that he is levelling up the UK. With all the brown leakage we are having from our sewers, I think he's levelling us down to a third world country. Yeah, levelling us back in time to the Dark Ages. I don't remember bubbling sewage coming up from the drains in the 1970s. I'm not suggesting the 1970s was the Dark Ages, but the 1950s certainly were. Was bubbling sewage coming up out of the drains in the 1950s? Doubtful. Simon says, being that you are a highly paid celeb and a big Bowie fan, can I assume that you'll be stumping up the $200 million to buy his songwriting catalogue? Yeah, I thought that he'd sold it already. I thought that David Bowie actually cashed in on that while he was still alive. Maybe it's being sold again. I thought he made something like $40 million, which doesn't seem remotely enough to me. The only problem with selling off a catalogue like that is that people who buy it will want to maximise their investment. They will maximise the earnings on their payout. So it's possible that a lot of those songs are going to be showing up on adverts. Oh, no. And then we'll be associating classic rock and roll with, sweets and hemorrhoid cream and all that stuff, which is not what we want. Not what we want. John says, the planet's our home, we are wrecking our home. Yeah, that's about right. We don't care about anything as long as it's cheap and we can have it right now. Not remotely interested in giving up short-term pleasure for long-term gain. Short-termism, it's what will do for mankind. Roger Tex, why is organic food dearer? Could it be the need for certification? No, it's that, surely. Organic food is dearer. If you're talking about animals, it's because they get more space and are subject to less chemicals. And the vegetables and fruit and so on is the chemicals part. And I don't know. If you want to eat a happy animal, eat one that's organic, or drink milk that comes from an organic animal. But people don't, because we're not ethical consumers. We like to think that we are. We like to think that we care about the welfare of animals, but we don't. We just care what's cheap. That's all. That's all we're interested in. Cheap, cheap, cheap. Immediate gratification. Like a baby. The human race has the developmental age of a toddler. Mark texts, water, water, water. Sorry to bang on about this, but nobody bloomin' listens. Maybe I will. Water is power. A national water network would alleviate flooding and give energy. Such a simple solution and probably less than HS2. Well, anything's less than HS2. I don't really know what you mean by that. Water is power. A national water network would alleviate flooding and give energy. Okay. I listened, but I didn't understand. Never mind. Darryl says, tomorrow is Halloween, so beware the witching hour, because whether you prefer Greenwich Mean Time or British Summertime, midnight will always catch up with you at the end of the day. A listener with material. Oh, no. And Susan says, what do you think of the idea of processed foods being bad for us, and yet now we're looking at lab-made meat? Surely both are processed and bad for our health. Isn't the processed meat thing about nitrites? Is it nitrites? Nasty nitrites, I believe. I may have that wrong, but even if I have it wrong, it doesn't prevent it from being a fact. Hackney, Laurent.
Yeah, hi there.
Is it Laurent or Laurent?
Laurent.
Ah, you roll your R's.
Hi, Nick.
Yeah.
There was a caller inquiring about the link between climate change and meat eating. And I thought it hadn't been answered entirely yet, so I just would like to add a couple of points. So
Okay, lay it on us, baby.
The burping that ruminants, so cows and sheep, that they have to do when they digest grass, sets free methane, and also the manure sets free methane. So that's a potent greenhouse gas.
This
I'm
show,
sure most listeners
what with the bubbling sewage, and now you're talking about manure. This whole show is in the toilet.
Yeah, sorry. Another thing that's easy to grasp for the caller from earlier is that the food, if cows don't eat grass, they are fed corn or soybeans, and they often are grown in Brazil or other countries where...
Exactly. They cut down forests. They cut down forests in order to grow monocultures of soybeans in order to feed cows elsewhere. The whole world's gone insane.
That's it. I thought at those points, I have a feeling that it kind of is linked. I mean, the relationship of us humans with the natural world is causing all sorts of problems, not just the ones that we just discussed, but furthers the chances of diseases jumping from animals to humans. So you can kind of argue that COVID falls under the same remit of our relationship of looting the natural world.
Yeah, we are living in close proximity to a lot of animals that we shouldn't have any contact with negative effects to the human race, as in mass death.
Exactly. I just wanted to add these points to bring clarity to the caller from earlier.
We are living a life out of balance, and it doesn't seem to be getting any... Bingo! Yeah, Koyaanisqatsi. Can you spell it? That's a big no, isn't it? All right, better luck next time. Thanks a lot, Laurent. From memory, Koyaanisqatsi.
Correct.
Better got that right. My favourite film. A Life Out of Balance. Koyaanisqatsi. You can watch it later and thank me. No, wait. I've changed my mind. You can watch it later and thank me now.
Thank you.
JTE tweets, Black Cats rule. Superstition ain't the way. I believe that Stevie Wonder would disagree with you on that point. Superstition is the way.
Rock and roll!
Jeff tweets, hey Nick, why don't they give cows milk to drink and they will be self-sufficient? Huh. But, see, the cows wouldn't be able to reach their own teats.
Disgusting.
Would they? We could breed them with longer necks, maybe. Excellent idea, Jeff. Leave that with me. I'll do some drawings, pop them in the post. Self-sufficient. That's a good idea. CC tweets, I've had 3 cats, 2 black and 1 ginger. The black cats were lovely. The ginger was a nightmare. Black cats every time for temperament. Yeah, we had black cats when I was growing up. But it didn't occur to me that in the future, people would not want a black cat because it wouldn't show up in selfies. How superficial. I mean, that really is a snapshot of the human race right there. That's a selfie of the human race. I think that we've made a big mistake somewhere along the line. We're walking down the wrong path here when we throw away animals just because they don't show up in photographs of ourselves. It just looks like a shadow. Get your faces out of your phones, people. I mean it. Particularly at the gym. There should be a law at the gym that you can't stare at your phones. Every time I go there, every piece of equipment has been taken by some stupid moron gawping at their phones. But you can't tell them.
Warning, warning.
Because they go berserk. Barbara emails, Nick, please try to find out when Ginger Cat Day is. Kooky is laying here with me in bed listening to your show, and has asked me to email you. Cookie is the cat, presumably. Hey, Cookie. Surely in these times of equality, ginger cats should just have their day as well. I completely concur, Barbara. It sounds borderline racist to me. Marielle texts, the reason people don't choose black cats is because they follow superstition about black cats being a witch's, quotes, familiar. I had a black cat, and the people at Cats Protect... What was that? Somebody talking to me in my headphones from another part of the building, which I take a very dim view of. Interfering with me while I'm doing this super show. Anyway, the reason that people don't choose black cats is because they follow a superstition about black cats being a witch's familiar. I had a black cat, and the people at Cats Protection were thrilled that we chose him. Yeah, have a pet for the pleasure of having a pet, not have a pet for the pleasure of taking a photograph of it with you and posting it on the internet for likes. I think I'm about just borderline done with the human race. Bev says, hi Nick, always joy Annie in Carnforth's contributions, but when I have been looking to home a rescue dog since April when my Labrador passed, all sites seem to say they are unusually short of dogs, so where are they all hiding? What's that got to do with Annie and Carnforth? I think there's two different thoughts squeezed together in the same sentence. You haven't been able to find a rescue dog since April. I find that surprising, because I thought people were chucking away dogs that they'd bought for an amusement while they were in lockdown. Yeah, because I'm just so bored. So they went and got a dog, or a cat, or a llama, or whatever else it is that people wanted to take a blooming photograph of and stick on Instagram. I think that's a bit rich of Bodger saying that the reason for political inaction on climate is apathy, political indifference and a lack of will. Well, I believe that he is guilty, guilty and guilty in that order. You know, I don't think there's another country on earth that that funds the oil companies as much as we do. I'll get to that in a minute. Should I start with the Conservative Party's promises and their failure to deliver on them? I mean, there's just so many. I mean, which promise have they made since Bodger came to power that they have actually delivered on? £350 million a week extra for the NHS? Not really. £800 million a week less after leaving. Not £350 million a week more. So that's not true. Liar! And it just goes on and on and on. Friends of the Earth say, as hosts of the UN climate talks in Glasgow, Prime Minister Boris Johnson and the UK government will be asking world leaders to address climate crisis by transitioning away from climate-wrecking fossil fuels, committing to strong net zero emissions targets, and providing funding for transition to renewables, especially for poorer countries. But how can we expect other nations to listen to our government when it's not taking climate action itself? They say instead of ending the funding and extraction of fossil fuels, the UK government is allowing the development of a new coal mine in Cumbria, an oil extraction in Surrey and the North Sea. What's more, it is funding fossil fuel projects abroad, providing $1 billion worth for a gas mega project in Mozambique. Don't listen to what they say, watch what they do. Sky News reports Boris Johnson's government has reneged on key promises it made in the efforts to combat climate change, according to one of the most senior Conservative environmentalists. The Tory chair of the Climate Change Committee, which advises the government on tackling global warming, has condemned the decision by ministers to give in to Australian demands to water down environmental protections in the UK-Australia trade deal. Just the very idea that we're skipping trading with Europe, you could spit that far. You can actually see them from here. To concentrating on negotiating trade deals with countries that are the furthest away that you could possibly get on this planet. It's insane. Liz Truss, the International Trade Secretary, and Business Secretary Kwasi Kwarteng decided that the government could drop both of the climate asks from the text of the trade deal with Australia. Among areas to be removed was a reference to the Paris Agreement temperature goals. Government sources confirmed that the references to temperature are now implicit rather than spelt out in the text. In other words, they've ignored them. It's different from the UK-EU trade deal, where temperature commitments are explicitly in the deal. But when we did a deal with Australia, one of the worst polluters on Earth, I think they've got the biggest coal reserves in the world, then their insistence was that we drop our insistence on any sort of green part of that deal. And as we hold none of the cards, we can't even bully Australia into doing what we want, never mind about the European Union. The Independent reports that Boris Johnson's promise of more than $11 billion to help poorer countries adapt to the climate emergency will be paid for by even deeper cuts to the UK's other overseas aid projects. Failure to provide fresh funding leaves the Prime Minister's claim to be leading the world on the environment in tatters. The World Health Organization has already warned that hundreds of thousands of people will die of tropical diseases because of these cuts. But, never mind. We can't see them, so who cares, right? The Telegraph reports Greta Thunberg has accused Britain of lying about its climate credentials in a series of scathing comments. She said, "Liar!" At a UNICEF press briefing, she said this country is guilty of creative carbon accounting and suggested it's a lie that the UK is a climate leader. It's only 3 years since she launched that Fridays for Future campaign, which she was striking at school. It seems much, much longer than that, doesn't it? The effect that she has had. This tiny schoolgirl. 3 years, that's all. Amazing. In that intervening period, millions of young people have protested against the lack of action to protect the environment. And she said that global leaders still treat the climate crisis as a faraway, distant problem. She said, it feels like that in this country we're trying to create loopholes instead of actually trying to find solutions that would actually turn things around. There's a lie that the UK is a climate leader and that they have reduced their CO2 emissions by 44% since 1990, she said. If you include things like aviation, shipping, outsourcing and consumption, for instance, and the burning of biomass, it doesn't really look that good. In other words, we're lying about it. Loopholes, always looking for loopholes. We've outsourced our pollution to China and other countries that will take it on. The World Wildlife Fund says the cost of renewables has fallen faster than anyone could have predicted, and yet the government are still backing dirty fossil fuels. Did you know that the UK has the biggest fossil fuel subsidies in the EU? We spend 12 billion euros a year supporting dirty fossil fuels. We do. 12 billion a year. Global warming is causing the Earth's average surface temperature to increase. This is not only making heat waves and droughts more likely, but is also causing changes to our natural climate systems. These changes are making extreme weather events more likely. Well, just look out the window. Does it look like an extreme weather event?
Yes.
Always. It doesn't rain anymore. It's a deluge. They said, for example, hurricanes and storms are becoming more intense, moving slower and taking longer to die down. And because of where we are, you want the bad news? Because of where we are, the UK and Ireland are more likely to get more rain and wind as a result of climate change. Ain't going to get warmer, it's going to get worse. In fact, if that gyre, that meridional thing, whatever you call it, that current that brings up warm water from the south and keeps our climate relatively pleasant. If that stops, which it could do at any time, it could just stop. It has stopped in the past. For something like 12,000 years it stopped. If it stops, then we could be as cold as Siberia, because that's where we are. I mean, if you look at the latitude, other places on the map that are as high up as we are, we don't really have any business being as clement and pleasant as we are currently enjoying it. We could be up to our eyeballs in snow. Then we'll be disappointed. The Guardian reports Shell and BP, which together produce more than 1.7 billion tonnes of greenhouse gases a year, have not paid any corporation tax on oil and gas production in the North Sea for the last 3 years. The oil giants, which have an annual global footprint of greenhouse gases more than 5 times bigger than Britain's, are benefiting from billions of pounds of tax breaks and relief for oil and gas production. Shell and BP paid no corporation tax or production levies on North Sea oil operations between 2018 and 2020, and claimed tax reliefs of nearly £400 million, according to annual payments to governments reports analysed by The Observer. Over the same 3-year period, they paid shareholders more than £44 billion in dividends. Wow. Huh. A petroleum revenue tax of 35% was effectively scrapped by George Osborne. That's him. That was in 2016, and oil giants can claim billions of pounds in taxpayer handouts for decommissioning rigs. They make the profits, we clean up after them. The North Sea is now one of the most profitable areas in the world for oil and gas production because of tax cuts by the government to encourage production. Philip Evans, oil and gas campaigner for Greenpeace UK, says it's outrageous that as the UK prepares to host a global climate talks in Glasgow, we still have one of the lowest effective tax rates in the world for oil extraction. We're giving tax breaks worth billions of pounds to companies that have been fueling the climate emergency for decades. The UK has some of the lowest oil tax rates in the world. And an analysis by research company Rystad Energy in January found the UK is now the most profitable country on earth for the development of oil and gas mega projects. Well, ain't that great? So just keep that in mind when Boris Johnson tells you how green his government is. Philippa texts, I love my black cat Peggy Sue, and 5 other members of my family all have black cats, so I believe rightly that they deserve love and respect as all animals do. Correctamundo. Oh, well, I love you, girl. I love you, Peggy Sue. Fred texts, we're lucky enough to own a black cat. Not so lucky for the local pigeons, though. No. If only you could breed that out of them. I mean, they're not in want of food, are they? They're just like hunting things. They get through hundreds of millions of birds in this country every year. I think that's probably correct. Hundreds of millions of birds is a bad cat. Michael texts, Nick, cowboys mix rainwater pipes with toilet and kitchen pipes. They should make that criminal. Okay. I don't really know what that means. Not being an expert on drains and all. But I take that point. My advice is don't employ a cowboy to mess with your pipes. Employ a plumber. Better. Henley-on-Thames. Chris.
Hello.
Yes, Chris.
What I was going to say is that thanks to global warming, the value of insulation is going down, and we don't need insulation as much now.
Don't we?
No, because the temperature is going up.
Is it?
Of course it is, because of global warming.
I'm not sure I've noticed the temperature going up round these parts.
No, it's definitely going up.
I'm not sure that's true.
I don't think we need insulation as much as we did.
We don't need insulation as much as we did. Well, that certainly is a relief.
So that's one thing. The other thing I was going to just talk about briefly is electric vehicles.
Ah, and are you also an expert on electric vehicles?
Well, let me just tell you the story. I've been driving electric vehicles since 2005.
Right.
And I want to tell everybody that I finally made the transition from electric vehicles back to diesel.
Why did you do that?
Because of the lack of stress.
Lack of stress?
Exactly. So the big problem with electric vehicles is that they basically fail.
Range anxiety.
There's more than anxiety. They really do break down.
Well, cars break down all the time.
No, I know they break down, but electric vehicles break down more than petrol diesel cars.
Now, what breaks on an electric car because they ain't got no moving parts?
Okay, it's got a motor.
Yeah.
The motor has let me down several times.
Motor?
Yep, the electric motor.
On an electric vehicle?
Correct.
A motor?
Yep.
What kind of a motor is on an electric vehicle?
Well, on a motor, you've got an induction motor. You've literally got an electric motor that drives you along.
Okay.
So I've had that fail several times, probably 3 times, and the batteries have let me down on the M4 at least twice. Total failure. So basically, what the situation is, you're driving along the motorway, and as you know now, the M4, there's no hard shoulder.
Yeah, that doesn't seem like a very good idea to me. But
so what do? You're going along. All of a sudden, you realise that your accelerator pedal is doing nothing for you.
Yeah.
And you're then stuck. What do? Your blood pressure is going up very rapidly.
Mm-hmm.
Your heart is beating faster and faster. You realise that you're going to end up stuck.
Yeah.
And I basically just managed to crawl off at Slough, and amazingly, I got to a hotel. There's basically there's 2 hotels opposite each other. When I phoned up the AA, they said to me, "Which hotel are you opposite? The Copthorne or the Ice?" But this is a regular place to break down.
That doesn't sound very likely, though. I mean, a regular place to break down. Was it like the Bermuda Triangle in Slough?
I'm telling you, you can just about make it to that hotel.
Right.
If you're going to break down on the M4. So actually, there were a lot of oil stains on the road from other vehicles that have broke down previously.
Well, it sounds like you're going backwards. You're not actually helping humanity. You're going in reverse, Chris.
The message I'm telling you really is that I'm not at all happy about the reliability of electric vehicles. They are. It's a relief to go back to diesel.
Right. Okay.
It's a sorry story, but it's true. The diesel is a big relief to me. There's no range anxiety.
Yeah.
And how many miles can you do on a tank of diesel? 6. Incorrect. 1,000.
1,000.
You can do 1,000 miles on a tank of diesel.
Yeah, I very much doubt that. If you're being pulled by another car, you could do 1,000 miles, but you can't do 1,000 miles on a full tank of diesel.
No, hang on a second. I recently did a trip from Rickmansworth up to Little Birmingham, then across to Manchester and back to Rickmansworth, which is like a giant triangle.
Right, not 1,000. Not 1,000 miles though.
That's no, it's 600 miles, and that was half a tank of fuel.
Chris, you can't do 1,000 miles on a tank of fuel. I don't care what you're driving. You can't.
So what can you do on a tank of fuel?
I don't know. It depends on what kind of car it is and how you drive it. You can't do 1,000 miles on a tank of fuel. You just can't. But anyway, thanks for not caring about the environment. Cheers, Chris. Dave texts, I went to my local lake today for some open water swimming. I couldn't seem to concentrate or put much effort in, though. In fact, I just went through the motions. A listener with material. Oh, no. Oh, my God. He just went through the motions. Honestly, when people come here and they see the mess that this country is in, we've got bubbling sewage coming out of our drains. Everything else is underwater. People's sofas are floating out their doors. We have got some of the biggest subsidies for fossil fuel corporations in the world. Why would they pay the slightest attention to anything that we say? I mean, they should just laugh Bodge off the stage.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
I think they laughed him onto the stage. That was the headline in I think the Mail was world leaders laugh at Boris Johnson as he arrives late. Not with him, at him. Dave texts, Nick, an environmentalist said that a pet dog has the same carbon footprint as the average car. Try getting dogs and cats to eat vegetables. No. A cruel and unusual punishment. Dogs and cats don't eat vegetables. I mean, cats eat grass every now and again.
Want to score some pot?
But I think it's to make them chuck up, isn't it? It would have that effect on me. Let's have a call in Manchester. Hello, Martin.
Hello. Your last caller about electric cars and diesels. I exchanged my diesel to an electric car in August, and my electric car's broken down 9 times.
Wow.
I'm absolutely up to here with it now. I'm going to be changing back to diesel. It's just not up to scratch.
Well, now,
I've had battery problems, I've had motor problems, I've had electric problems. It's just been an absolute joke.
Well, that is not everybody's experience of electric cars.
Well, it's my experience. I'm going back to diesel.
Well, you maybe bought a lemon.
Well, I certainly have.
Yeah, I think that it seems like an intermediate technology to me. I mean, I don't know anything about this subject or any other subject for that matter, but it does seem to be like an intermediate technology. I mean, batteries. Is that really where we're going? Batteries? I mean, how many batteries have you got to put in one of those cars, and how long do they last? You've got to swap them out for a certain amount of time, and the chemicals and the manufacturing process that goes into a battery car. I don't know. It just doesn't seem to be an end product to me. It's like something to get to where we're going. I think that people will look back and think, God, battery cars. Can you imagine that people used to use those? And now, of course, we float around on cars powered by magic. Why didn't people just go straight to magic, they'll think. Jane tweets, how did it happen that today I had to have a go at my 90-year-old mother for spending her whole visit to me on her phone? She was showing me photos on Facebook of folk I neither know nor care about. 5 years ago, that was her shouting at my 28-year-old son. Yeah, I was in a pizza restaurant just the other day, and it was obviously a dad and his son. And, much to my surprise, it was the dad that spent the entire time on his phone, while his son was just sitting there, it was just amusing himself, just lost in his own thoughts, because his dad wasn't interacting with him in any way, shape, or form. He just flipped through his phone for at least an hour. How blooming rude is that? If that dad should have a damn good thrashing. I was going to take a call, but there's not quite enough time to do it before the new news, so I'll do it afterwards. Matt emails, are we missing something? Wouldn't the Russian and Chinese have turned up if COP was in Cannes in May rather than Glasgow in November? Bound to be raining. Bound to be. Andrew, but they're not going to be outside. They'll barely see outside. They're going to be in their little security cauldron. Cauldron? Not a cauldron. That's what you cook people in. No, a cordon. Cordon. They're security cordons. Andrew texts, Dear Nick, black cats bring you luck as long as they cross your path from right to left. If they cross from left to right, look out, there's bad luck about. I didn't know that. Educational, this show, isn't it?
No.
Not really. Every now and again, a stray fact emerges as though by accident, but I'm not sure that was one of them. Liam texts, one thing you've missed that ministers always say when questioned, they say, the government are working really hard on, and then they add the subject. So it could be something like lack of PPE, and the minister says the government are working really hard on PPE. For some reason it works. Well, it's just so annoying that what they do is they go on a show and then they just fill up airtime. They just make a noise, and basically, because they know that there's only a certain amount of time that has been allocated to their appearance, and so they just basically fill the air with noise. And if the interviewer tries to interrupt them and say, no, what you've just said is not true, they will repeat what they just said. They repeat the lie that they've just said louder. And if they can't quite fill up the noise, then they will just they'll just make a noise. They don't even have to say any words, just as long as you fill the air and stop the interviewer asking you another question. Painful. It really is. Mendacity. Exactly. 0345 6060 973. Matt emails, do you think it will be good cop or bad cop? Oh. Will you people stop pouring your material all over me? Lucas texts, what are you going to do with your extra hour tonight? I bet you have exciting plans. You bet I do. I'm going to be using the extra hour to complain about the clocks going back. Jill says, the RSPCA say black cats are the hardest to home. I love my Black Panther, Vinnie Vera. Presumably not an actual panther. I think that's just so dispiriting that the reason people don't want black cats is because they don't show up in photographs. I mean, how superficial is that? I think that's a pretty solid indication that the human race is doomed. Michael says, I think the main problem with black cats is they're mostly likely to get hit by a car in the dark because you can't see them. I don't think that's got the slightest difference. Peter says, what do cows eat? Grass? How is that any different from vegans? It's the vegans that are increasing that will cause all the gases. Or am I wrong? Interesting thought there, Peter. Wapping. Hello, Paul.
Oh, good evening. Yeah, I mean, you was talking about vehicles, like modern vehicles, hybrid, electric, well, all vehicles today have computer modules, like computer chips in them, controlling everything. The trouble is, when these things go wrong, which they do, you either can't get in your motor, or the motor won't start.
Right.
And they cost, like, you can't just take it to the local garage under the arches. It has to go back and be hooked up to a computer and be recalibrated.
Yes, you have to get a genius to do it.
It costs thousands. Years ago, you saw blokes on a Saturday and a Sunday underneath, buy a couple of parts from the local spares shop.
Exactly.
And jack it up, and underneath you can't do that today.
My car from 1998, you could fix with, it doesn't matter what goes wrong on it, and it almost never goes wrong. But if it does, you could fix it with a hammer.
Well, yeah. Or it'll fix you by falling on you. So, but the thing is, today everything is so
complicated.
It's lovely. We've got eating seats and everything.
We've got blue teeth. No end of things.
A thing is, television's on the headrest, so the people in the back can watch it. But when these things go wrong, they're going to cost you thousands. To put right.
Exactly.
And the thing is, I mean, I gave my motor up because, well, the fact is I was backing into my parking space, and the clutch master cylinder gave out, and it's going to cost like between £400 and £600 to put right. So, it went. So the thing is, and also I refused to pay the mayor's. It was an old motor, but I refused to pay Mayor Khan's £12.50. So, but mind you, I'm in my mid-60s. I don't need to drive no more. I don't want to drive no. It's not a pleasurable experience no more.
Oh, come off it!
It's not a pleasurable experience.
Well, how'd you take stuff back from the shops then?
Well, I either walk there or get on a bus because I've got me over 60s pass.
Right, I see. So you get a freebie.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is that a long time ago there was this guy Nikola Tesla, and he was like, at the turn of the last century, he was talking about, what they call wireless energy. Wireless electricity.
Right.
And but the only thing was that his rival who, they saw, his concept of free energy. There's no money. They needed to have money, so he was pushed aside because he invented a car that could run by electricity. It had a pickup in it. It ran by electricity from the ether.
I saw a picture of the cabs in New York. This is in the Design Museum. Pretty sure it's in the Design Museum. There's a photograph of cabs in New York in, I think, 1900. Or it might have been 1890 something. Apparently, at that point, every cab in New York was electric. Can you believe that?
Yeah. But I'm saying Nikola Tesla was even a greater genius than Einstein.
Well, let's not get carried away.
And there's, I'll give you a thing about where we are as a technological species. Look it up on Google.
I certainly will do nothing of the sort. What is it?
It's called the Kardashev scale. There was a Russian astrophysicist called Nikolai Kardashev, and he put into categories the technological prowess of a civilization in like 1, 2, and 3 scales. And you know where we rate at this present time?
Poorly?
on a scale of 0.
0?
Yeah. Have a look at it. It's called the Kardashev scale.
Right. Is this homework? I don't do homework, but sir, it's the weekend.
It might surprise you.
Right.
Because we don't even rate we don't even come 0.50 on the scale of becoming a type 1 civilization.
Well, I find that most disappointing and dispiriting and not at all surprising. Thanks a lot for the bad news, Paul. Cheers, mate. 0345 6060 973. Yeah, that is actually a real-life fact that for about 100 years now, they've had electric vehicles. Every cab in New York was electric at that time. You'd think they'd have perfected it by now. I mean, we pretty much have just about perfected the internal combustion engine. That's the reason that probably those cars are more reliable than our brand new electric cars these days. It's because they're very, very new. I'm surprised that they do break down with such a frequency. I did ask some bloke who came out to start my old car because the battery had gone dead, if he often gets called out to see electric cars, thinking that he was going to say, no, well, there's nothing to brake on them. But apparently he does get called out, and there are things that brake on them. Eventually we'll figure it out. I'm just not sure I can wait that long. Richard emails, many people in the UK see animals as status symbols and or fashion accessories. Yes, that's correct. They get them for their own glory rather than the pleasure of actually interacting with the animal. I just still can't get over that. That people get a black cat, they take a picture of it, put it on the internet, and people will say, what black cat? I can't see a black cat, just looks like a shadow. And they think, oh, okay, well, I'll get rid of it and get one that you can see. Because that's the most important thing. Getting likes. The whole human race is doomed. This says this royal family are a load of hypocrites. How dare they pretend that they care about the planet when they live in such opulence? Put your money where your mouth is, Your Majesty. Give up your homes to house the thousands of homeless people in this country. Well, let's not get carried away. They might fondle their knickknacks. Think of that. Let's have a call in Walsall. Hello, Mick.
Hi, Nick. How are you?
Good, thanks.
I was going to say that I've got a lot of respect for these demonstrators. That they obviously think they're doing the right thing. I just wish they'd go to Russia, China, India, or America to do the demonstration.
Why?
Because why pick on this small island?
Well, because we are mostly responsible for the pollution on Earth. We are this tiny little island.
England.
Well, Britain. Yeah, all right.
Well, according
Well, no,
to the map,
not
where
England.
it shows you the map of all the different countries and the CO2 that these countries obviously produce.
Yeah. That's now, though.
we
I mean, if you look at
hardly
all the CO2 that's been produced, because it doesn't go anywhere. I mean, the ruinous pollution that has been produced since the Industrial Revolution has mostly been produced by us. It's our fault.
I thought China produced the most CO2.
Yeah, maybe now.
But that's what I'm on about. It's now that you want to make the break.
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
the pollution doesn't start now. It started when the Industrial Revolution started, surely.
Yeah, but if you got this country, England, obviously, basically free of carbon, wouldn't do the trees a lot of good, I suppose, because they breathe in carbon. But
the trees are going to be just fine as long as we don't cut them down. They'll be just fine.
Yeah, but it's like I say, and you made it totally clean in this country.
Yeah, but the reason
it's not going to make any difference unless the bigger countries do the same thing. And they've said no.
Yeah, but we are exporting our pollution to other countries, Mick. You understand that, right? We have exported our pollution to other countries. Hell, we even export our waste to other countries. We're pretending that it's got nothing to do with us. It's like we take our rubbish and chuck it over the fence into the neighbour's garden and then congratulate ourselves for having dealt with our rubbish. Look, we've got no rubbish. We don't throw anything away. There is nothing left here. We've got no paper rubbish. We've got no plastics or glass or anything. But what we've done is we just chucked it next door. It still exists, Mick. We're just pretending that it doesn't. This text says, Nick, I am a man ahead of my time. I have already put my clocks back 1 hour. It's now 10 to 12, and you have another 1 hour, 10 minutes of your show to go.
Oh,
no. Gaz says, it's called the Atlantic Conveyor Belt that brings warm water from the south to the Atlantic. Yeah, that's probably right. Yeah, there or thereabouts. It's called the Atlantic Meridional Gyre or something like that. Anyway, if it stops, big problem, huge. It's going to be as cold as Siberia around these parts. David says, I'm glad we're changing the clocks tonight because I forgot to do it the last time, so now everyone else will be back on the same time as me. You'll be right on time. Let's have a look. Who am I going to get? Wandsworth. Hello, John.
Hello.
Yes, John.
I don't on speakerphone. Yeah, listen. Hi, Nick. You are one of my favourite presenters on LBC.
But?
Sorry?
There's no but?
I always listen to you. No, you just seem to talk about all sorts of, intelligent things.
Yeah. I'm all over the shop. Here, there and everywhere, baby. Thanks, John. Is that
okay. No.
There's more.
I want to talk about, basically, I was a bus driver.
Right.
I was a bus driver in London for 9 years. Something happened to my life and I fell ill and I got a freedom pass.
A freedom pass? How much does it cost?
What do you mean?
It's free.
No, hang on. I'll explain. I fell ill.
Yeah, and you got a freedom pass. I get that. Do you know the bus driver's prayer?
Go on.
Well, do you know it?
No, I don't.
Right. It goes you know what? I could start it, but I probably couldn't get all the way through. It's something like, Our Father, who art in Erith, hallowed be thy name. Thy Kingston come, thy Wimbledon in Erith as we are in Endon. Oh, I got further than I thought I was going to get. No, can't remember the rest of it. Anyway, write that down, John, and thank me later. All right. Cheers, mate. 0345 6060 973. Now I want to know what it is. Hang on a minute. The bus driver's prayer. I heard Ian Jury do this. Hang on. The bus driver's prayer. See if the Google knows this. Oh, it's actually by Ian Jury. Huh, how about that? That's why I heard Ian Jury do it. Our Father who art in Hendon, Harrow Road be thy name, thy Kingston come, thy Wimbledon, in Erith as it is in Hendon. Did I get that part right? Give us this day our Berkhampstead, and forgive us our Westminsters, as we forgive them who Westminster against us. Lead us not into Temple Station, and deliver us from Ealing, for thine is the Kingston, the Purley and the Crawley, for Ivor and Ivor, Crouch End. There you are, you see. Not completely stupid. Leicester. Hello, Tony.
Hello.
Tony.
Nick, I'm just wondering, you remember the chopper bike?
Yes, I had one. Orange. 3 gears.
Mine was red. But, no, sorry, mine was the chipper.
Chipper?
The chipper bike, the one below where you got the 3 gears in the middle.
Yeah, that's a chopper.
Yeah, and then for the younger kids, you got the chipper.
Oh.
Right, and do you remember the power thing?
Power thing?
Which was on the front of the wheel, which was called a dynamo. Is it dynamo?
Dymo. For the light. For the light.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you turn the lights up.
Right.
And they used to flash, and then you put your pack of cards with pegs on the
Oh, yeah,
back to
most
make
certainly
it-
did. Yes, made a tremendous noise. Yes.
Yeah. Lovely. Why can't the government or the world do something similar to that?
What?
A dynamo.
A dynamo.
Right, so
Yeah.
you-
Dymo.
Yeah. Well, it's free electric.
Mm-hmm. But I think it runs off your wheel going round. It won't make your wheel go round. Your wheel has to go round in order to make it work.
Yeah, and then health. If you're pedaling,
right,
and making electricity,
mm-hmm.
why can't they do this? Oh, I don't know what you call it now, Bluetooth or Wi-Fi or whatever. So everybody who pedals
Mm-hmm.
goes to a Wi-Fi thing, and generate electricity.
Oh my God, you're a genius, Tony. Finally, we have a solution.
Yeah.
Keep thinking is what you do best. Excellent work. Thanks a lot, Tony. Get Prince Charles on the phone. He's going to be delighted. What else? So many texts and emails. I'm falling behind. This says, have you seen the new film that is a prequel to The Sopranos, The Many Saints of Newark? It explains why so many of the characters are how they are. No, I have not seen it. Sue, I haven't been to the flicks in absolutely ages. I can't remember what I saw last. No idea. Sue emails, my husband and I went on a coach trip to Switzerland from our base in the Italian lakes. My overriding memory of that day was how clean the air was. It was positively intoxicating and made me realise just how bad and unhealthy our air is here. I've never experienced such clean air anywhere else before or since. I can't remember the name of the place, but we were taking photos of the Matterhorn. Well, was it the Matterhorn? I think that's a clue there, Sue. When I went to Luxembourg, when I came back, I noticed something that I'd never noticed before or since. Not really. It just struck me right in the face. It was that in Luxembourg, the streets were clean like in Disneyland. I mean, spotless. And I came back here, having spent 6 months out there, working on Radio Luxembourg. And what I noticed, and something that had never really sort of occurred to me before, is that our streets are absolutely covered in chewing gum. Those little blobs of disgusting blech everywhere. And I'd never seen it before or since. Very, very clean place, Luxembourg. And also very, very exciting.
Boring.
Couldn't be more dull. I'll see if I can squeeze one in before I go. Hillingdon, Jesus, you have 30 seconds.
Oh, okay. So, hi, Nick. Thank you for the interesting shows. Very informative, important. I want to add the successor to horse-drawn carriages transport in 19th century was the petrol engine. But all governments, all industry are wrong about the successor to petrol engine cars. The successor are horses, bicycles, and our legs, because electric cars are not the answer to climate change action, because they require a huge amount of steel, plastic, and also roads are made by with tarmac. And
I understand where you're going with this, Sir Jesus. I'm going to have to cut it short because I'm running out of time. But I'm not sure that horses are the answer. I'm not sure we need any more sewage on our streets.